My child, stop what you are doing right now. Yes, you. Halt your thoughts and give me your complete focus for a little while. I am interrupting your day on purpose. This is not an accident, and it is not chance. I have placed these words in your path because there is something I must say to you, and it cannot wait any longer. You have asked me for a sign. You have prayed, Lord, show me that you are with me. Show me that you hear me. Show me that you have not forgotten me. As my voice reaches you now, understand that this is my answer. This moment is the sign you asked for. So do not dismiss what you are hearing. Do not let your mind wander to the worries of the day. What I am about to speak into your spirit carries weight, and it is meant for you alone. Listen closely, for I am not merely speaking. I am mending. I am restoring. I am drawing you back into stillness. I have seen your weariness. I have seen you rise each morning and push through worry, discomfort, and uncertainty. There were days you smiled for others while your spirit ached inside. There were nights you lay awake while your thoughts circled like a storm that would not end. You called out to me and it felt like silence, but I was not silent. I was there. I was with you in the darkness. I heard every word you spoke and every word you could not bring yourself to say. When your heart was too heavy to form a prayer, I understood what your heart meant. Nothing you carried escaped me. Nothing you suffered went unnoticed. You may feel that no one truly understands your journey, but I do. I understand the weight you carry. I understand what it is to keep moving when your inner self feels empty. I understand the loneliness that presses in when the house grows quiet and there is no one left to pretend for. Hear me now. I did not bring you this far to abandon you. I did not deliver you, protect you, and sustain you through every season of your life, only to withdraw my presence at the end of it. I am still here. I have not changed. And I still have a purpose for your life that no failure has canceled and no delay has erased. Yes, you have made mistakes. You have stumbled. You have questioned me and you have questioned yourself. But my love for you was never tied to your perfection. I love you because you are mine. You came from my hand. You are my joy. Nothing you have done and nothing anyone has ever said about you can undo that truth. You have been strong for so long. But I am not asking you for strength right now. I am asking you to rest. Not the rest of sleep alone, but the deep rest of a spirit that finally stops striving. Lay down the worry. Lay down the guilt. Lay down the need to repair everything through your own effort. That was never your burden to carry. It is mine. I know the enemy of your soul is already whispering to you. He is telling you to turn away, that this word is not really for you, that nothing will change. He is a deceiver, and he fears what will happen if you believe me. This word is for you. I called you into this moment because I am about to move in your life, and I want your heart open when I do. You stand at a threshold. There are turning points in a life that do not come twice in the same way, and this is one of yours. Heaven has been arranging this hour long before you thought to ask for it. Doors are ready to open, chains are ready to fall. But I need your attention, your trust, and your willingness to stay with me until I have finished speaking. Lean closer now. I am not calling to you from some far country. I am nearer than your own breath, nearer than your heartbeat. I have walked beside you through every shadowed valley and every storm that seemed too fierce to survive. You did not endure those years because you were unbreakable. You endured because I was holding you up when your strength was gone. So let the noise inside you grow quiet. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Breathe slowly, and know that you are standing in my presence. What I am about to say will touch the hidden places, the wounds you show no one, the questions you have stopped asking out loud. I know them all, and I have an answer for each one. Perhaps you have grown used to holding yourself together. You have learned to answer, "I am fine," before anyone can look too closely. You have carried burdens quietly so that those around you would not worry. My precious child, you do not have to perform for me. I have already seen behind the answers. Bring me the tired self, the confused self, the self that is running low on hope. That is the one I am speaking to now. And do not fear that you have come to me too late. You have not. My timing is not ruined by your delays, and my plans are not undone by your detours. The moment you turn your heart toward me, you are exactly where I can meet you. This hour is proof of it. You are here. I am here. That is enough for what I am about to do. Before we go further, I ask one thing of you. Receive this word with faith. Do not weigh it with suspicion or hold it at a distance. Take it into your heart the way dry ground takes in rain. If you will do that, you will not leave this moment the same as you came to it. If you believe I am with you in this very moment, whisper your amen now. Now let me speak to the wounds that others left behind. I have seen how people hurt you. I saw the moment trust was broken, when words that should have been kind became sharp instead. I saw promises made to you and then abandoned. I saw you give love that was not returned, and I saw what that did to your heart. I want you to hear this plainly. It was not your fault. What they did came from what was broken in them, not from what was lacking in you. Their choices do not define your worth. Their leaving was never a sign that I had left. In truth, while they were pulling away, I was drawing nearer. While your heart was breaking, I was already gathering the pieces. You wondered in those seasons whether you truly mattered. You looked at your life and asked whether anyone would notice if you simply faded into the background. My child, you have never once been invisible to me. When you walked into rooms where no one greeted you, my presence surrounded you. When you prayed prayers you thought were too small to deserve an answer, I leaned in and listened to every word. And I know about the other voice, the one that speaks when you are alone, the one that murmurs, "You are not enough. You have failed too many times. You are too far gone." You have tried to push those thoughts away, but they keep returning, and they are heaviest at night. Hear me clearly. That voice is not mine. I have never called you worthless. I have never called you a failure. I have never looked at you with disgust. My voice speaks love. My voice declares that you are pardoned, chosen, and wanted. Any word that drags you toward despair did not come from your Father. When you stumble, I do not step back from you. I reach down to lift you. When you doubt, I do not withdraw my hand. I steady you until your faith finds its footing again. I am not a God who waits at a distance for you to become acceptable. I came to you in your worst hour, and I have stayed through every hour since. Consider how far you have come. You have walked through things that could have destroyed you, and yet here you are, still breathing, still listening, still reaching for me. That is not weakness. That is evidence of a life I have been guarding. If your story were finished, you would not be hearing my voice right now. I am not finished with you. You may believe your best days are behind you. You may look at the years gone by and grieve what was lost in them. But I tell you, what lies ahead of you is greater than what lies behind you. The sorrow you have known will not be the final word of your story. Joy is drawing near. Hope is taking root again. I am beginning something new in you, even now. Long before anyone gave you a name, I had already chosen you. I formed you with intention and care, shaping every part of who you are. I placed strengths in you that no one else carries in quite the same way. You are not one face lost in a crowd to me. You are my own, engraved on the palms of my hands, and I could no more forget you than deny myself. Others may have overlooked you. Others may have misjudged you or measured you by your worst season. But their measurements are not mine. I do not define you by the day you fell. I define you by what I created you to become, and by the love I have carried for you from the beginning until this very breath. So when the old accusations rise, answer them with my word. When shame says, remember what you did, answer, my Father has pardoned it. When fear says, you will always be alone, answer, my God has never left me. When despair says nothing will change, answer, my God is making all things new. You do not have to shout. You only have to believe what I have said. There is a place in you that has been waiting years to hear this. Not the surface, but the deep place, the one you guard. Let these words reach it. Let them settle where the wounds are oldest. I am not offering you a pleasant thought to carry for an afternoon. I am speaking healing over the foundations of your life. You are loved with a love that has no end and no condition. You are chosen, not by accident, but by design. You are known completely and still wanted completely. There is nothing in you that made me turn away, and there is nothing ahead of you that I have not already prepared for. This is the truth about your life. Whatever anyone else has said, stand on it. Build on it. Let every other voice grow quiet before it. From this day, I want you to carry yourself as one who belongs to the living God, because that is exactly what you are. Not tolerated, not barely accepted. Beloved, do not compare your path to anyone else's. When you look sideways at other lives, you will always find someone who seems further along, more blessed, more settled. But their road was never meant for your feet. I designed you for a purpose that belongs to you alone, and I am unfolding it at the pace that is right for you. Your appointed time has not passed you by. It is drawing near. And to those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, I extend the same faithfulness. I see them too. I know the concerns you lift up for them when no one is listening. Trust me with them. My reach is longer than your worry, and my care for them does not sleep when you do. The prayers you have spoken over their lives have not fallen to the ground. I have received everyone, and I am working in ways you cannot yet see. Say, Lord, I am yours, if you receive this truth over your life. Now I must speak to you about the waiting, because I know it has tested you more than almost anything else. You have asked for answers, and the answers seemed slow. You have asked for change, and the days kept passing unchanged. You have looked at the horizon so long that your hope grew tired, and somewhere in the waiting, a question took root. Lord, have you forgotten me? I have not forgotten you, not for 1 hour. While you were counting the days, I was working beneath the surface of them. Think of the seed hidden in the ground. To the eye, nothing is happening. The field looks bare and still. But under the soil, life is stirring. Roots are spreading downward, anchoring deep, drawing strength from places no one can see. Then one morning, the green blade breaks through, and everything the silence concealed is suddenly revealed. That is what has been happening in your life. The stillness you mistook for absence was the quiet of deep work. I have been arranging circumstances you cannot yet see. I have been positioning the right people along your path and moving the wrong ones out of it. I have been opening what needed to open and sealing what needed to close. None of it was visible to you. All of it was real. If I had handed you everything the moment you asked, some of it would have crushed you. There are blessings that require a certain strength to carry, and I love you too much to lay a full harvest on shoulders that were not yet ready for its weight. So I strengthened you first, not to delay your joy, but to protect it. My timing is not slow, it is exact. I know the very hour when each promise should arrive in your life, and I will not miss it. What I have spoken over you I will bring to pass. I do not make pledges and abandon them. I do not speak and then change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word of mine falls to the ground. So what do I ask of you in this season? Keep believing. Keep speaking hope over your life even on the days when your voice shakes. Keep bringing me your requests, even the ones you have prayed 100 times. Faith is not the absence of tiredness. Faith is coming back to me one more time, and that you have done. I have seen it, and it moves my heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Remember what I did with 5 loaves and 2 small fish. A crowd of thousands sat hungry on a hillside, and the little that was offered became more than enough, with baskets left over. I have never needed abundance to create abundance. I need only what is placed in my hands with trust. That has always been my way, and it has not changed. So do not measure what you hold by its size. Measure it by where you set it. The same hands that multiplied bread on a hillside are open toward you now, and nothing entrusted to me is ever diminished. When you loosen your grip on what you fear to lose, you make room to receive what I have been waiting to give. Fear closes the hand and closes the heart. Trust opens both. And after you have trusted me, rest. Do not lie awake calculating how the provision will come. That arithmetic belongs to me. The birds of the air do not store away grain, and yet they are fed. The flowers of the field do not labor at the loom, and yet a king in all his splendor was never clothed like them. Are you not worth far more to me than these? You are. Live like it. I see also how the waiting has taught you things that ease could never teach. You have learned to hear my voice in the quiet. You have learned which friendships hold and which ones fold. You have learned that your soul can survive far more than you once believed. These lessons are treasure. They will serve you in the season that is coming, when I entrust you with more. There is a certain peace that belongs to people who have stopped rushing me. I want that peace for you. It does not mean you stop desiring or stop asking. It means you ask from a settled heart instead of a frantic one. It means you can see others receive their answers and rejoice with them, knowing your own hour is appointed and cannot be stolen by anyone. So let today be the day the striving quiets down. Say to your own soul, be still. The one who promised is faithful. He has never lost a harvest he planted, and he did not begin this work in me to walk away from it. My child, speak those words when the old anxiety rises. Speak them at midnight. Speak them at dawn. They are true every hour. Remember, too, that waiting with me is not wasted living. The years you thought were lost were never outside my sight or my plan. Even the crooked stretches of the road were carrying you somewhere. You will understand some of it later, and some of it you will simply entrust to me. Either way, nothing is missing from your story that I intend for you to have. The season is turning. I tell you this not to soothe you, but because it is so. You have been faithful through the bare months, and the first signs of green are closer than you think. Stay near to me now. What comes next will ask for a steady heart, and I am making yours steady even as you listen. And now, my child, I must tell you something that may be harder to hear. There are things in your life it is time to say goodbye to. A new season cannot be poured into hands that are still gripping the old one. So before I lead you forward, I am asking you to release what has been holding you in place. Say goodbye to the guilt you have been carrying. You have punished yourself long after I stopped counting the offense. You have replayed old failures as if rehearsing them could undo them. It cannot. I have removed your wrongs from you as far as the east is from the west. When I pardon, I do not keep a copy of the record. Why are you still reading from yours? Say goodbye to shame. Guilt says you did something wrong, but shame goes further and says you are something wrong. That is a lie from the pit, and it has stolen enough of your life. You are not your worst day. You are not the name someone once called you. You are not damaged goods. You are my child, washed and welcomed, and I am not ashamed of you. Say goodbye to the fear that has narrowed your world. Fear has told you what you cannot do, where you cannot go, what will surely go wrong if you try. It has kept you small when I made you for wide places. I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Every time fear speaks, it is speaking outside its authority. You do not have to obey it. Say goodbye to bitterness. I know the root goes deep, and I know it grew from real wounds. But bitterness is a tenant that pays no rent and poisons the whole house. Forgiving those who hurt you does not declare that what they did was small. It declares that you refuse to drink poison over it any longer. Hand me the debt they owe you. I am a just God. I will deal with what was done, and I will do it rightly. Your part is to be free. Say goodbye to certain voices. Not every person who has access to your ears deserves it. There are those who mock what you hold sacred, who belittle your hopes, who speak to you in ways that shrink your soul. Step back from their reach. You can love people and still stop letting them wound you. Guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Where scorn is loud, walk quietly away and come sit where you are spoken to with truth and kindness. Say goodbye to the old patterns too, the habits you reach for when the ache rises, the ways of coping that cost more than they give. You know the ones I mean because you have asked me about them in the dark more than once. I am not condemning you. I am offering you my hand. These chains do not break through shame. They break through my presence, one surrendered day at a time, and I will be with you in every one of those days. And say goodbye to the version of tomorrow that despair has painted for you. You have imagined the worst so many times that it has begun to feel like prophecy. It is not prophecy. It is fear wearing a costume. I alone hold your future, and what I hold for you is good. Plans for peace and not for harm, a future and a hope. Let despair keep none of its paintings on your walls. I know that letting go feels like loss. You have held some of these things so long they feel like part of you. But you were not made to be a keeper of dead things. You were made for life, and life must have room. Every goodbye I am asking of you is making space for something I have been waiting to give. Think of my servant whom I called out of his father's house toward a land he had never seen. He had to leave before he could receive. Think of the fishermen who left their nets on the shore. The nets were their living, their identity, their security, and yet what they stepped into was immeasurably more. It has always been this way in my kingdom. The open hand receives, the clenched hand cannot. So do this with me now. In the quiet of your heart, name what you are releasing. Name the guilt. Name the fear. Name the person you are finally forgiving. Name the habit you are surrendering. You do not need eloquent words. Simply say, "Lord, I give this to you," and mean it. That simple act, done in faith, moves more in the unseen world than you can imagine. And when the old things come knocking again, and they will, do not panic. Their return does not mean your release failed. It means they are testing whether you meant it. Stand at the door and say, "That no longer lives here." Say it as many times as you must. Each time you refuse them, their voice grows fainter, and my voice in you grows stronger. Understand also why I press you on this today and not someday. Seasons have doors, and doors do not stand open forever. The willingness you feel right now, the softness in your heart as you listen, that is my spirit at work in you. Do not let this stirring cool into another postponed decision. The person who says, "I will deal with it later," often finds that later has a way of never arriving. Today, while your heart is tender, is the day. This is the goodbye that opens the gate. On the other side of it stands everything I have been preparing while you were still bound. Freedom is not far away, my child. It is one surrender away. Walk with me through this gate, and do not look back the way the fearful do. Look forward. That is where I am leading, and I do not lead my children into ruin. I lead them home. Now let me show you what the hard years were actually doing, because I know you have questioned them. You have asked why the road had to be this steep, why the battles kept coming, why relief always seemed one more hill away. You wondered at times if I was against you. I was not. I was forging something in you that comfort could never forge. Gold does not become pure by resting in the ground. It passes through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire separates it from everything that is not gold. That is what your trials have done. They have burned away what was shallow, so that what remains in you is true. You are not the same person who entered those fires. You are stronger, wiser, and more real. The weight you can now carry would have flattened the person you used to be. The storms taught your roots to go deep. A tree that has never faced wind grows tall and hollow, and the first real gale brings it down. But a tree that has bent under many storms sends its roots into the rock. You have bent, my child. You thought bending meant you were breaking, but you did not break. And now you are anchored in me at a depth that no passing storm can reach. I want you to remember Jericho. My people walked around that city once a day for 6 days, and nothing happened. No cracks appeared. No stone shifted. To every onlooking eye, their marching looked useless. Imagine if they had quit on the 6th evening, footsore and mocked with the wall still standing. They would have walked away one single day before the miracle. But they continued, and on the 7th day, at the sound of the shout, those walls fell flat. I tell you this because you are closer to your 7th day than you know. The walls in your life look as solid as ever. That is what walls look like right up until the moment they fall. Do not measure my progress by what your eyes report. The most important collapses begin invisibly. Keep circling. Keep obeying. Keep believing. Your shout is coming. Remember also the man at the pool of Bethesda. 38 years he lay there, waiting for waters to stir, seeing others receive what always slipped past him. When I came to him, I asked him one question. Do you want to be made well? It sounds like a strange question to ask a suffering man, but long suffering can teach a soul to build its home inside the sickness, to stop imagining any other life. So now I ask you the same question, and I ask it with all tenderness. Do you want to be made whole? Not just comforted in the old place, but lifted out of it. Wholeness will change things. It will ask you to pick up your mat and walk, to live without the story that has explained your life for so long. If your answer is yes, then say yes to me now, deep in your spirit. That yes is the hinge on which this whole hour turns. And learn from Martha and Mary. Martha hurried through the house, anxious and troubled about many things, while Mary sat at my feet and listened. Only one thing was needed, and Mary chose it. In these days, my child, be merry. The tasks will wait. The concerns will keep. But moments like this one, when heaven bends low to speak, must not be traded for busyness. The portion you receive at my feet can never be taken from you. I know perseverance is easier to praise than to practice. I know there have been evenings when you said, I cannot do this again tomorrow. And yet tomorrow came, and you did it. Do you understand what that means? My strength has been working in your weakness all along. When you were at your emptiest, and still took the next step, that step was mine and yours together. You have never once walked alone, even on the days you were sure you did. So here is my word for the battles that remain. Do not fear them. I have already gone ahead of you into everyone. There are dangers I have removed from your path that you will never know about. Snares undone before your foot ever reached them. The protection you could not see was still protection. The same shield goes before you now. Stand firm then, and do not throw away your confidence, for it will be richly rewarded. You have need of endurance, so that after you have done my will, you will receive what I have promised. The harvest is certain for those who do not give up. Weeping may last through the night, but joy arrives with the morning. And your morning, my child, is nearer than it has ever been. Let no one convince you that your persistence has been foolish. Heaven sees it differently. Every quiet act of faithfulness has been recorded. Every time you chose hope when despair was easier, it mattered. Every prayer repeated through gritted teeth has been rising before me like incense. Nothing offered to me in faith is ever lost. Nothing. And when you cannot fight, rest is not retreat. Even my servant Elijah, after his greatest victory, lay exhausted under the broom tree and asked for the end. I did not scold him. I fed him, and I let him sleep. And then I fed him again. And in the strength of that food he traveled 40 days. Sometimes the most faithful thing you can do is eat and sleep, and let me restore you. There is no shame in it. The journey is long, and I know how you are made. One day you will look back on this stretch of road and understand what it made of you. You will see that the narrow way was carrying you toward the wide place all along. Until that day, walk by faith and not by sight. I am beside you on the road, closer than your shadow, and I do not tire. Declare your amen now if your faith still stands. Now let me teach you the way of the thankful heart, because it will guard everything I am about to give you. When blessing finally rests in your hands, a quiet danger arrives with it. The danger of forgetting. 10 lepers were cleansed on the road, and only one turned back to give thanks. I do not want the answer to your prayers to become the thing that draws you away from me. So begin each morning with gratitude, before the noise of the day can flood in. Thank me for the breath in your chest. Thank me for the people who brighten your hours. Thank me for the mercies that met you while you slept, for they are new every morning. A few honest words are enough. I am not looking for ceremony. I am listening for a sincere heart. Let thanksgiving come before your requests, not after them. When you enter my gates with thanksgiving, something changes in you before anything changes around you. Gratitude clears the eyes. It reminds you of every past faithfulness, and remembered faithfulness makes present trust easier. The soul that counts its blessings finds its burdens easier to count as well. And guard against pride, my child. When relief comes, pride will whisper that your own cleverness carried you through. Do not believe it. Thoughts like that are cracks in a jar, and blessing leaks out through them slowly, unnoticed, until the vessel stands empty. Humility keeps the vessel sound. Say freely, "This was the hand of my God, and the jar will hold what I pour into it." Do not despise small beginnings either. When provision comes, it may arrive as a modest opening rather than a flood. Walk through it anyway. Small starts lay solid foundations. The faithful tending of little things is how I prepare my children for greater things. Be trustworthy with the day of small things, and you will stand unshaken in the day of large ones. For your household, I am making a way toward honest and meaningful work, where effort is met with dignity. Learn all you can in every opening I provide. Treat each task with care, as work done for me and not merely for people. Steady effort joined with gratitude turns earnings into security, and security into the joy of sharing with those still finding their footing. This is the quiet road to plenty, and it is a good road. If what I give differs from what you asked, receive it with trust rather than reluctance. I see the whole landscape of your life, the parts behind you and the parts still hidden from view. Sometimes the thing you requested would have narrowed your path, and the thing I gave instead will widen it. My choices for you flow from deep care. Accept them with confidence, knowing the portion provided suits your journey, and let your gratitude overflow toward others. Speak encouragement to 3 people who are hurting, and notice the calm that settles over them. A weary world is changed by such small, faithful acts more than by grand speeches. When you bless people in pain, you are reflecting my own character, and I take delight in it. The ones you love will learn more from the way you live thankfully than from anything you argue. Be careful, though, whose words you build your life upon. There are voices that promise much and deliver nothing, glittering teachings that miss both truth and love. Stay rooted in what you know is faithful. My guidance always leads toward kindness, wisdom, and integrity. If a voice leads you elsewhere, however impressive it sounds, it is not mine. You know my voice as sheep know their shepherd, and I will keep tuning your ear to it. There is a radiance about a grateful life that cannot be counterfeited. People sense it. They may not know its name, but they are drawn to its source. So do not hide the light I have placed in you. Let your steadiness in trials and your thankfulness in blessings point quietly to me. A calm life that overflows with gratitude leads more hearts home than a loud one ever will. When challenges appear, and they will still appear, ground yourself quickly. Breathe slowly. Recall the evidence of my past provision, for you have plenty of it now. Hold frustration loosely and wisdom tightly. Speak kindly to yourself as you adjust, for harshness toward your own soul is not humility, and it does not honor the one who made you. Every obstacle met with courage and thanksgiving refines your character and enriches your story. And end each evening as you began the morning. Let your last thoughts before sleep be simple thanks, for guidance given, for strength supplied, for lessons learned. Release the leftover worries of the day into my keeping, You can put them down because I stay awake either way. He who keeps you does not slumber. Rest and let the night pass under my care. Notice the small wonders as you go. Morning light on the table, laughter shared with a friend, an unexpected kindness from a stranger. These simple treasures train the heart to spot goodness even on difficult days. And a heart trained to see goodness grows resilient. Over time, this quiet practice will hold you steady where louder remedies fail. It costs a moment of attention, and it pays in peace. Gratitude costs you nothing, yet it means everything, because it keeps your heart facing toward me. And a heart facing me is a heart I can fill. This is the secret of the contented soul, my child. Not more, but thankfulness for what is, which mysteriously opens the way to more than you asked. Practice it daily, in small things, until it becomes the very air you breathe. Hold these words close as we come to the final thing I must tell you. For now I am ready to speak of what is being released over your life in this very hour. What I have prepared is not small, and I want you to receive it with a heart made ready, a heart set free, a heart overflowing with thanks. Because you have stayed with me, because you have leaned in and received my words with an open heart, I now declare over you what heaven has been holding for this hour. Hear me clearly, for I do not speak in riddles. I speak with certainty, and what I declare cannot be undone. This is the hour of breakthrough, and it begins now. The chains that have bound you are breaking. The invisible weights that pressed on your chest, the cycles that seemed to have no end, the patterns of fear and heaviness that returned again and again, they are giving way under the power of my presence. Where my spirit is, there is freedom, and I am releasing that freedom over you as you listen. You will not live bound any longer. The doors that stayed shut are opening. I know how many times you knocked and heard nothing. I know the tries that ended in rejection and the hopes that ended in delay. Those doors were shut because the hour had not come, not because you were refused forever. Now the hour has come. Openings no man can seal are being set before you. Paths you never imagined are being cleared. When it happens, you will know beyond doubt that it was my hand, because no other explanation will fit. Healing is moving toward you, for your body, your mind, and your heart. I am the God who restores. Where sickness has worn you down, I speak renewal into every hidden part of you. Where anxious thoughts have circled without rest, I speak peace. Be still. Receive my calm. The storm inside you is being silenced, and from this day, peace will be your portion in greater and greater measure. I am healing your heart as well. The losses that cut deep, the seasons of grief, the disappointments you stopped mentioning because no one seemed to understand, I am tending each one. The bitterness that tried to take root has been pulled. The heaviness you thought was permanent is lifting. You will not walk in the shadow of yesterday any longer. You will walk in the light of what I am doing now. And I am not only restoring, I am multiplying. In your relationships, where there has been distance, I will bring reconciliation. Where there has been loneliness, I will bring true companionship. People who will stand with you in prayer and believe with you. People who care nothing for your past because they can see your future. Open your heart to receive them. Isolation was never my design for you. In your provision, I am opening streams. The lack you have known was a season, not a sentence. I am bringing increase where there was decrease, and enough where there was never enough. Remember the loaves and the fish, and remember what you placed in my hands with trust. I am the God who multiplies what is offered in faith. and the harvest I spoke of is already growing toward your door. Receive also my rest for your mind. You have carried questions that have no quick answers, and you have grown tired of asking them. Set them down at my feet tonight. Some answers will come with time, and some will wait for eternity, but none of them are lost. You do not need every explanation to have peace. You only need to know that the one who holds the answers loves you, and he does. Let that be enough for tonight, and you will find it is enough for tomorrow as well. Now, before I finish, receive your charge. Walk out of this moment differently than you walked in. Carry yourself as one who has heard from the living God, because you have. When the old lies return, answer them out loud with what I have told you today. When the walls still look tall, remember the seventh day. When the waiting stretches on, remember the seed beneath the soil, alive and rising. Nothing I have spoken to you will fall to the ground. Share the hope you have received. Not by argument, but by presence. Be the calm one in the anxious room. Be the kind voice where voices are harsh. Walk beside those who feel lost until they can find the road, and let your steady, grateful life point quietly to me. The light I have kindled in you is not for hiding. Set it where the weary can see it, and stay near to me, not only in the crisis, but in the calm that follows. Speak with me in the morning before the day begins. Speak with me at night before sleep takes you. Bring me your joys, not only your emergencies. This closeness is the true treasure, greater than every other blessing I have named, for every other blessing flows out of it. Seek first my kingdom, and all these things will be added to you. If you drift, and my children sometimes drift, do not stay away out of embarrassment. Come back the moment you notice. One quiet thought turned toward me, one honest word, and the fellowship is whole again. My door has no lock on your side of it, and my welcome does not expire. Nothing you confess to me will ever make me love you less than I do at this moment. The world around you will keep shaking. Storms will gather in many places, and many hearts will be troubled. But you will be like a house on rock, because you have heard these words and taken hold of them. My peace I give to you, not as the world gives. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. You know now who holds you, and nothing anywhere can loosen that grip. So lift your head, my child. The night you walked through has an ending, and you are nearer to it than ever. What was sorrow will turn to joy. What was delay will turn to fulfillment. What was trial will become the story you tell of my faithfulness. I have been with you in every season, and I am with you now, and I will be with you through all that is coming, to the very end and beyond it. Go in peace. Go in confidence. Go as one who is loved beyond measure, chosen on purpose, and never, ever alone. I am the beginning of your story and its completion, and everything between is held safely in my hands. This is my word over your life, and my word does not return empty. If you trust me for all that is coming, let your amen be the last word you speak tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, I am releasing provision into your life right now. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now, as my voice reaches you, I am opening doors that no hand can shut. Doors of provision. Doors of opportunity, doors that have stood locked for years. I hold the key, and I am turning it in your life at this very hour. Can you sense it? Something is moving in the unseen realm, and it is moving for you. Resources are being loosed, paths are being cleared. The barriers that held back your increase are coming down while I speak. This is not a promise for some far-off season. This is happening as you listen. I have watched every effort you made to open these doors on your own. You knocked, you pushed, you tried every way a person can try. And I have come to tell you something that will set your shoulders free. You no longer need to force it. You no longer need to fight alone because I have taken this matter into my own hands. When I open a door, no power in heaven or on earth can close it. When I close a door, no scheme can pry it open. The door you pressed against 1,000 times, the one that never gave way, I am opening it for you myself. The opportunity that looked impossible, I am carrying it toward you. The resource you could not find, I have already set it aside with your name on it. It is moving. It is on its way. It is arriving even now. Listen closely because I want you to understand why you are hearing this today. You did not find these words by accident. I arranged this moment. I drew you here because your appointed time has come, and I refuse to let it pass you by unaware. There are seasons when heaven leans low over a single life, when I move with unusual power on behalf of one person, and this is such a season for you. You are not overhearing a message meant for someone else. I am speaking to you. I know how long you have waited. I know the prayers you spoke into the dark and the ones you were too tired to finish. I know the mornings you rose with a weight on your chest and carried it through the whole day without telling a soul. None of it escaped me. And I did not stay silent because I was absent. I stayed near, working in places you could not see, arranging what had to be arranged until the hour was right. The hour is right now. Understand what I am doing. I am not patching the old thing. I am not offering you a small relief so you can limp another mile. I am changing the ground beneath your feet. I am rewriting the terms of your provision. Where there was a trickle, I am opening a river. Where you rationed, you will pour. Where you shrank back, you will stand and give thanks. Think of my servant Elijah by the brook. When the brook dried up, it was not the end of him, because I had already commanded a widow in Zarephath to sustain him. Before he felt the lack, the answer was in place. That is how I work. The supply is prepared before the need arrives. Your answer is not being assembled in a hurry. It has been waiting for this appointed day. And think of the manna in the wilderness. My people woke each morning, and the provision was simply there, lying on the ground like frost. They did not plant it. They did not earn it. They gathered what I had already given. I am teaching you to live this way, with open hands instead of clenched fists, gathering what my faithfulness lays down for you day by day. I want you to notice something about the doors I open. They rarely look the way you imagined. You have pictured one particular door for so long that you may not recognize the one I am unlocking. So keep your heart soft and your eyes lifted. The connection that seems small may carry the whole answer. The ordinary day may hold the extraordinary turn. When Joseph woke in his prison cell on the last morning of his captivity, it looked like every other morning. By nightfall, he stood before Pharaoh. One day, one door, everything changed. Do not measure your future by your present circumstances. Your circumstances are the old chapter. I am the author, and I have already begun the new one. What you see around you is the scenery of a season that is ending, not a prophecy of the seasons to come. I do not consult your bank ledger before I decide what to do for you. I consult my own faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. So here is what I ask of you in this opening hour. Stop bracing for disappointment. You have taught your heart to expect the worst, so that hope cannot wound you again. But that armor has grown heavy, and it keeps out more than pain. It keeps out expectation, and expectation is the open window through which my provision loves to enter. Take the armor off. Let yourself hope again. Hope in me is never wasted. Because I do not awaken hunger, I have no intention of feeding. I am not asking you to pretend the pressure is not real. The pressure is real, but my word outweighs it. When I speak over a life, my word becomes the heaviest thing in that life. Heavier than the debt, heavier than the fear, heavier than the years of struggle. And I am speaking over your life now. Receive this hour for what it is, a turning, a hinge on which your story swings. You walked in here carrying one kind of life, and I intend for you to walk out carrying another. Stay with me through every word I have for you today, because each one is a stone laid in the road I am building under your feet. If your heart is stirring even a little, answer me now. If you believe I am opening doors for you this hour, say, Amen, Lord, I receive it. Now let me speak about what I have seen, because you have carried much of this alone, and it is time you knew that none of it was hidden from me. I was in the room on the nights you could not sleep. I watched you stare at the ceiling, adding the same numbers again and again, hoping they would come out different. They never did, and the weight on your chest grew heavier with every counting. You turned over. You tried to pray. Sometimes the prayer came out whole, and sometimes it was only my name spoken once into the dark. Hear me now. The single word reached me as surely as the longest prayer. I saw you open your wallet and close it again quickly. I saw you leave the envelope unopened on the table for 3 days because you already knew what it said. I saw you do the quiet arithmetic at the market, setting one thing back on the shelf so the rest could stay. You thought no one noticed? I noticed. I saw the harder thing too, the thing you have never told anyone. The pretending. You stood among people who love you and answered that you were fine. You kept your voice steady while something inside you was buckling. You gave to others out of your little because shame would not let you say the little was almost gone. You were carrying 2 burdens at once, the lack itself and the loneliness of hiding it. I saw both, and neither one moved me to condemn you. They moved me to act. Understand this about my silence. It was never indifference. A farmer is not indifferent in winter. He is waiting for the ground to be ready. All through your hardest season, I was working where your eyes could not follow, aligning what had to be aligned, positioning people you have not yet met, holding back what would have crushed you and allowing only what you could bear. You survived things that should have broken you. That was not luck. That was my hand. And now, hear the word I have been waiting to speak over you. It is finished. The long season of lack in your life has reached its end, not because circumstances shifted on their own, but because I have decreed it. And when I decree a thing, nothing above the earth or beneath it can reverse my ruling. No shortage can argue with me. No history of struggle can file a protest. My word stands, and my word says the cycle is broken. The pattern you inherited, the one that followed your family like a shadow, loses its claim on you today. The old rhythm of almost enough, of 1 step forward and 2 steps back, of every gain swallowed by a sudden loss, I am shattering that rhythm now. It does not get to write your next chapter. I do. I know a part of you flinches at these words. Hope has cost you before. You believed once, and the breakthrough did not come when you thought it would, and something in you decided never to be that open again. I am not wounded by your caution, but I ask you to look at who is speaking. Men promised and failed you. Circumstances promised and mocked you. I am neither a man that I should lie nor a circumstance that I should change with the weather. When I say the season has turned, the season has turned. Consider the woman who came to my prophet Elisha with nothing left but a small jar of oil and creditors at her door. She saw an ending. I saw a beginning. The oil poured and kept pouring, filling vessel after vessel, and it stopped only when there were no more vessels to fill. The lack was never in my supply. Bring me your empty vessels, all of them. The dried-up dreams, the abandoned plans, the hopes you folded away. My oil has not run out. Consider my people at the sea, the water ahead, the army behind. No reasonable way forward. Reason was not consulted that day. I split the water and they walked through on dry ground. Your situation may look sealed on every side. Sealed is where I do my clearest work, because when the way opens, you will know beyond argument that it was me. So let the anxiety begin to loosen its grip tonight. You have kept watch over your troubles like a guard who fears to sleep, as if your worrying were holding the walls up. It never was. I hold the walls. I ask you to trade the watchman's post for a child's rest, the one who keeps you neither slumbers nor sleeps, so you may. And let the shame go with it. Lack was a season you passed through, not a name you were given. You are not the balance of an account. You are not the sum of what went wrong. You are mine, and what is mine does not stay buried, because I am a God who brings things up and out of pits, out of prisons, out of long winters into sudden spring. From this day, watch for the small signs first. The unexpected kindness. The bill that resolves more easily than it should. The idea that arrives in the quiet and will not leave you alone. Breakthroughs seldom announce themselves with trumpets at the start. They begin like the first thin light before sunrise, easy to miss if you are not looking east. Look east. I have ended what needed ending. Now I begin what I have long prepared. The decree is spoken, the seal is set, and heaven itself has recorded this day as the day your account turned. Walk out of this hour lighter than you walked in. The weight was never yours to carry, and I am taking it back. If this word has found the sore place and touched it, do not stay silent. Speak it out with your own mouth. I believe the cycle is broken. Amen. Now I must correct something in the way you come to me, because it has shaped your receiving more than you know. You have been approaching me like a beggar at a stranger's gate, head down, voice small, asking for scraps and apologizing for asking, rehearsing your unworthiness before you dare to speak your need. My child, who taught you to stand at my door like that? It was not me. I never put that posture on you. Somewhere along the road, disappointment and shame dressed you in it, and you have worn it so long it feels like your own skin. Today I am asking you to take it off. You are not a stranger at my gate. You are a child in your Father's house, and a child does not beg at the family table. A child sits down. Everything in the house is already arranged with that child in mind: the bread, the shelter, the protection, the name. When my son told the boy who came home from the far country, "Remember what the father did," the boy arrived rehearsing a servant's speech, planning to ask for a hired hand's place. The father never let him finish the speech. The robe was already out. The ring was already chosen. The feast was already ordered. That is the house you live in. That is the Father you have. So lift your head when you speak to me. Come boldly, not because you have earned boldness, but because the door you walk through was open for you at the highest cost, and it insults no one when you use it. Ask largely, expect warmly. A small request does not honor me more. It only reveals how small you still believe my heart to be. And because you are an heir and not a beggar, I can now speak to you about giving, because only heirs can give freely. Beggars clutch, heirs release. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Let me tell you why release matters so much in my kingdom. It is not because I lack anything. The cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, and the gold in every hidden vein of the earth. I do not need what is in your hand, but I care greatly about what has hold of your heart, and the hand often confesses what the heart conceals. A closed fist tells me fear is still governing. An open hand tells me trust has taken the throne. When you release, you are not losing. You are voting. You are declaring which kingdom you believe in. The kingdom of scarcity that says there will never be enough, or my kingdom, where loaves multiply in the breaking and water turns to wine in the pouring. Remember the widow I watched at the treasury. Rich men gave heavy sums that cost them nothing. She gave 2 small coins, and I said her offering outweighed them all. I was not measuring the amount. I was measuring the trust. Her coin said, "Tomorrow belongs to God." That is the arithmetic of heaven, and it has never been revised. Now understand what your inheritance actually contains, because it is far more than provision. Wisdom is in it, wisdom for every decision that stands before you now. When Solomon asked for an understanding heart, I gave it gladly and added what he had not asked. I have not changed. Ask me for wisdom, and I will not scold you for asking. Direction is in it, the right step at the right hour. Connections are in it. People I have positioned along your path whom you have not yet met, who will open what you could not open alone. Peace is in it, the kind that stands guard over your mind when the news is bad and the answer is delayed. All of this is yours by birthright, not by bargaining. You do not flatter me into it. You do not fast yourself thin to deserve it. You receive it the way a child receives breakfast in the Father's house, with thanks, without groveling, as the natural provision of a house that has never known famine. Do not fear that the supply will thin as you draw from it. An earthly estate divides among the heirs, and each receives a smaller share. My house does not divide that way. Every child receives fully, and the storehouse stands as full as before. Your portion takes nothing from another, and no other hand can take your portion. It was measured for you, set aside for you, and it keeps your name. But an inheritance unclaimed feeds no one. A deed locked in a drawer builds no house. This is why I keep pressing you to receive, to speak, to act, because the transfer is complete on my side and waits only for your side. Faith is how an heir signs for what is already his. Stretch out your hand. Say of every promise I have made you today, this is mine, because my Father said so. And when the provision begins to flow, remember the order of the house. You are blessed to be a river, not a reservoir. Rivers stay clean because they keep moving. What I send through your hands will feed more than your own table, and in the feeding of others your own supply will renew itself, the way a spring renews itself quietly, from a source deeper than any drought can reach. Walk out of this hour with a new posture, shoulders back, head lifted. Not in pride, for pride is just fear wearing perfume, but in sonship, in daughterhood, in the settled dignity of one who knows the house they belong to. The house is mine. The table is set, and your seat has carried your name upon it far longer than you would believe. Now I want to teach you about the power I placed in your mouth, because you have been holding a key and calling it a burden. When I made the world, I did not build it with hands. I spoke it. Let there be light, and light obeyed. That is the pattern of my kingdom. And when I formed you in my image, I set a measure of that same pattern inside you. Your words are not noise that fades in the air. They are seeds. They fall somewhere. They grow into something. Every day of your life you have been sowing with your mouth, and much of what surrounds you now sprouted from words planted long ago, some of them yours, some spoken over you by others. This is why I ask you to declare what I am doing, not merely to think it. Silent agreement is a beginning, but faith finds its full strength when it crosses the lips. With the heart a person believes, and with the mouth confession is made. There is a bridge between the unseen realm where I have already answered and the visible realm where you are waiting, and your spoken word is a plank in that bridge. When you say what I have said, heaven and earth begin to agree, and what was prepared above starts arriving below. Consider Jericho. The walls did not fall to swords or ladders. My people marched in silence for 6 days, carrying the word I had given them, and on the 7th day they opened their mouths and shouted, and the walls came down. The shout did not create the victory. I had already given the city. The shout received it. Your declaration works the same way. It does not talk me into blessing you. It reaches out and takes hold of the blessing I have already released. Consider the blind man on the Jericho road. The crowd told him to be quiet. His need told him to be quiet. Everything in his circumstances voted for silence, but he cried out all the louder, "Son of David, have mercy on me." And his crying out stopped me in the road. The ones who hushed him received nothing that day. The one who spoke went home seeing. Do not let any voice inside you or around you talk you back into silence. Speak your faith even if your voice shakes. A trembling declaration still moves my hand. So from this day, watch the words you release over your own life. Stop prophesying your own defeat. Stop saying nothing ever works out for me, it will always be this way, I will never get ahead. You are not describing your life when you say those things. You are shaping it. Say instead what I say. My God supplies all my need. Goodness and mercy are following me. The one who began a good work in me will finish it. Let your mouth come into agreement with your Father, and watch how the atmosphere around you begins to change. Now there is something more, and I ask you to receive it with a soft heart, because this word was never meant to end with you. I see the people around you, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer. And I tell you plainly, there is someone near you walking through the very valley you have been walking. Someone who lies awake doing the same arithmetic you did. Someone whose smile is holding back a flood. Someone who has begun to wonder quietly whether I have forgotten them. You know this pain from the inside. That is precisely why you can recognize it in another when others walk past it. Even now, as my voice reaches you, a face is rising in your heart, a name. Do not brush it aside. That remembrance is not a stray thought. It is my finger pointing. I am showing you who needs this hope, because I did not hand you this word only to feed you. I handed it to you the way I handed bread to my disciples on the hillside, to be passed along. And you remember what happened to that bread. It multiplied in the passing. 5 loaves fed thousands, and the fragments that remained filled 12 baskets. The bread that is shared is the bread that multiplies. It has always been so in my kingdom. So carry this hope to them. Speak a word of life to that person. Tell them the season of lack can end, that I see them, that I have not lost their address. You do not need eloquence. You need willingness. When you open your mouth for the weary, I will fill it. And understand what happens in the unseen when you do this. You become part of my answer to a prayer you never heard, prayed on a night you never knew about. Few honors in this life are higher than that one. And hear this promise, spoken over every generous act. The one who waters others will himself be watered. The one who carries relief will walk in relief. I keep careful books, my child, though not the kind men keep. Whatever mercy leaves your hand returns to your door, pressed down, shaken together, running over. You cannot outgive me. No one ever has. Many have tried, and they are the most contented people in my whole household. Do not wait until your own breakthrough is complete before you strengthen someone else. That is the world's order. Secure yourself first, then help if anything is left. My order is different. Give out of your not yet. Encourage out of your own waiting. There is a special strength that flows to the one who comforts others, while still standing in the fire themselves. The 3 men in Babylon's furnace were not alone in the flames, and neither are you, and neither is the one you will strengthen. Speak life today, over yourself first, until your own heart believes it, then over that one whose face I have set before you. 2 declarations, 1 mouth, and my power moving through both. Now let me tell you something about yourself that you have half known all your life and never had the words for. You have always felt different. You notice what others walk past. You sense the mood of a room before anyone speaks. You feel things more deeply than the people around you seem to. And there were years when you counted that a flaw, a weakness to be managed, a strangeness to be hidden. Hear your father clearly. It was never a flaw. I made you sensitive on purpose, the way a craftsman makes an instrument fine on purpose. A coarse string cannot carry a delicate note. I needed someone who could hear quiet things, and so I tuned you quietly. That sensitivity is one of the ways I speak to you. When something within you leans toward a choice before your reasons catch up, pay attention. When a caution rises in you about a path, a person, an offer, and you cannot explain it, do not be quick to argue yourself out of it. I often guide my children from within, by a still small voice, not by thunder. Elijah learned this on the mountain. The wind tore the rocks, and I was not in the wind. The earth shook, and I was not in the quaking. The fire roared, and I was not in the fire. Then came a sound like thin silence, and there I was. I have not changed my address. I still live in the quiet. This is why I am calling you into stillness in this season. Not idleness. Stillness. There is a difference. Idleness is an empty room. Stillness is a listening room. Your days have been loud, crowded with voices, demands, opinions, and worries all talking at once, and my voice does not shout over crowds. Be still and know that I am God. Set apart a portion of your day, even a small one, where the noise is put outside the door and you simply sit with me. You will be surprised what becomes clear in that room. Answers you chased for months will walk in softly and sit down beside you. And understand this. You have been positioned, not just blessed. There is a difference there too. A blessing is something placed in your hands. A position is somewhere I have placed you. Where you live, the people you know, the trials you have passed through, the peculiar mix of what you have suffered and what you have learned, none of it is scattered chance. It is placement. Esther did not arrive at the palace by luck, and Mordecai's word to her is my word to you. Who knows whether you have come into your place for such a time as this? You keep asking me what your purpose is, and all the while you are standing inside it. The purpose is not far off in some other city, some other decade, some other version of your life. It begins exactly where your feet are planted this hour. So stay awake, my child, not anxious. Awake. There is a kind of watchfulness that has nothing to do with fear, the watchfulness of a servant who knows the master is near, of a farmer who knows the rain is coming. Live your ordinary days with your lamp trimmed. The turning points of a life rarely send word ahead. Joseph did not know. David carrying bread to his brothers did not know. The fisherman mending nets by the lake did not know that before the sun went down, everything would be different. Keep your heart in a state of holy readiness, because I love to move suddenly among those who expect me. While you watch, remember what surrounds you. You are more protected than you have ever perceived. My servant Elisha's young helper rose one morning to find an army circling the city, and his heart failed him, until his eyes were opened and he saw the mountains full of horses and chariots of fire. The protection was there before he saw it. It did not arrive with his seeing. So it is with you. You have been kept, my child, kept in dangers you knew about, and in far more that you never knew existed. Roads you did not take. Delays that frustrated you and saved you. Doors that closed in your face and in closing shielded you. One day I will let you see how often my hand was on the latch. Because you are kept, you can be brave. Fear has been a tenant in your house too long, paying no rent, rearranging your furniture, deciding which rooms you were allowed to enter. Serve it notice. I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Courage in my kingdom is not the absence of trembling. It is trembling and stepping forward anyway, because you trust the one who called you out of the boat. Peter walked on water exactly as long as he watched me, and even when he sank, note this well, he did not drown. My hand was faster than the sea. It is still faster than the sea. There is one more thing about this hour that I want you to hold. Some of what I am doing in you now is meant to be guarded a while, not broadcast. Mary heard astonishing things from heaven and told no one at first. She kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. There is wisdom in that keeping. New work is like new planting. It roots best undisturbed. Let what I am saying to you settle deep before you spread it wide, and share it, when the time ripens, with those who can honor it. You are seen, you are placed, you are guarded, you are being made ready. Let those 4 truths be the 4 walls of the room you live in from now on. If you know this word was appointed for you, seal it now with your voice. Amen. I am chosen and kept. Something is changing inside you, and I want you to understand it while it happens, so you cooperate with it instead of fearing it. You may have noticed already. Certain conversations that once held you now feel thin. Certain places drain you that never used to. Some pursuits you chased for years have gone quiet in your heart, and you cannot fully explain why. Do not be alarmed. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. I am adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. When I prepare a person for more, I first loosen their grip on less. And much of what is falling away from you now is simply less, making room. Letting go will be part of this season, and I will not pretend it costs nothing. Old habits fit like old shoes, comfortable even after they have worn through. Old grievances feel like possessions, and the heart is reluctant to be robbed of them, even though they rob the heart daily. But you cannot row forward while your anchor is still down. Forgive who needs forgiving, not because the wrong was small, but because the load is too heavy for the journey ahead. Release the old picture of how your life was supposed to look by now. I am not restoring you to an old plan. I am unfolding a better one, and both hands must be empty to receive it. As the clutter clears, your discernment will sharpen. You will begin to read situations more truly, to sense what is genuine and what merely glitters. You will hear the difference between a voice that feeds you and a voice that flatters you. This is not suspicion. Suspicion is fear in disguise, and I am not giving you fear. This is discernment, wisdom's quiet daughter, and she will save you from tables you were never meant to sit at, and detours dressed up as destinies. When she whispers, honor her. She speaks with my accent. Guard your peace the way a watchman guards a city, because in this next season your peace is not a luxury. It is equipment. Out of the heart flow the issues of life, so keep your heart with all diligence. Not everything deserves entry. Not every argument deserves your presence. Not every offense deserves a reply. You are learning, slowly, the strength of a closed door and the eloquence of silence. My son stood before Pilate and did not defend himself, and heaven did not think less of him for the quiet. Some battles are won by refusing to enroll in them. Patience is growing in you too, though patience never feels like growth while it grows. You have begged me to hurry, and I have heard every asking, but hear my reasoning. I am not only preparing a blessing for you. I am preparing you for a blessing, and of the two, the second work is greater. Provision given before character is ready becomes a burden with a bow on it. Many have been flattened by answers that arrived ahead of their foundations. I love you too much to decorate an unfinished house. So when my timing feels slow, remind yourself that the farmer does not accuse the field in April. The seed is not late. It is underground, doing exactly what seeds do in the dark. And gratitude, let it become your daily bread. Not the thin gratitude that thanks me only when the answer lands, but the deep kind that finds my fingerprints on ordinary days. Thank me for the meal, the breath, the roof, the one who asked how you were and meant it. Gratitude does something in the unseen that few of my children grasp. It multiplies what it touches. 10 lepers were cleansed on the road, and one returned to give thanks, and that one went away with more than clean skin. He went away whole. Thanksgiving is the difference between the two, and it is available to you every waking hour at no cost but attention. You will also find, as this work deepens, that you need the approval of others less than you once did. That hunger drove you longer and harder than you knew, the performing, the explaining, the quiet auditioning for people who were barely watching. It is losing its grip now, because a heart that knows it is already loved stops begging at other tables. Let my opinion of you become the loudest one in the room. I formed you. I chose you. I have never once looked at you with regret. When that truth settles all the way down, you will walk into rooms differently, not needing them to clap, free to simply serve. And do not despise the day of small beginnings. When my people rebuilt the temple, the elders wept aloud, because the new foundation looked so modest beside the memory of the former house. But I asked them then what I ask you now. Who dares despise the day of small things? The plumb line was in the builder's hand, and that was enough for me. What you hold today may look humble beside what you once dreamed. Build anyway. I measure a work by its faithfulness, not by its first dimensions. A single cloud the size of a man's hand was all that Elijah's servant could see from the mountain. Yet within the hour the whole sky was black with rain. Beginnings in my kingdom are often small on purpose, so that the ending will carry my signature and not yours. Tend what is in your hand and bring me something to multiply. Do not misread the quiet stretches of this transformation. There will be days when nothing seems to move, when the old pull returns, when you wonder whether anything I said this hour was real. Growth keeps no visible calendar. The bamboo farmer waters ground that shows him nothing for a long time, and then, in a single season, the shoot outruns every tree around it. The showing is sudden. The growing never was, so judge nothing by the bare ground. Judge by my word, which does not return to me empty. And through all of it, stay tender. This is important, my child. The world will offer you a harder heart as the price of safety, and many pay it and shrink inside their own armor. Refuse the trade. It is possible to be wise without being cold, guarded without being walled, strong without being sharp. The reed bruised by the road, I do not break. The candle burning low, I do not snuff out. Carry that same gentleness toward the people I place in your path, and toward yourself, for you have spoken to yourself in tones you would never use on anyone you love. Speak to yourself from now on as one speaks to a beloved child. That is, after all, exactly what you are. This is the shaping. This is the deep work under the visible work. Provision is the smaller gift I am giving you this year. The greater gift is the person you are becoming while you wait for it. Clearer, steadier, kinder, harder to deceive and easier to bless. When both gifts meet, the provision and the prepared heart, you will understand why the road ran the way it ran, and you will not wish a mile of it away. Now come close, my child, because this final word is the one I most want you to carry out of this hour. Everything I have spoken today gathers into a single charge. Walk forward, not when the fear is gone, not when the account is full, not when every question has an answer. Now, with the fear still muttering, with the questions still open, walk forward, because the promise does not wait at the end of your certainty. It waits along the road of your obedience. Abraham left with no map, only a voice, and the voice proved better than any map. You have the same voice. You have heard it all through this hour. Let it be enough and take the step. Take the practical step, the one you already know. There is a task you have been circling, a conversation you have postponed, a beginning you keep moving to next week. My provision loves to travel along the road of small obediences. The widow gathered sticks before the flour multiplied. The servants filled the jars with plain water before it blushed into wine. The lepers were healed as they went, not before they went. Do the small thing in front of you and watch how heaven meets you in motion. I rarely steer a ship that will not leave the harbor, and when you step out, expect opposition, and do not be shaken by it. New seasons draw challenge the way light draws moths. Discouragement may speak louder for a while. Old doubts may return in new clothing. People who knew the old you may resist the new. None of this means you have missed my way. Often it means you have found it, for no one wastes arrows on an empty field. Stand firm. The shield of faith is not decoration. Lift it, and the fiery darts fall harmless. I did not bring you through everything you have survived to lose you at the border of your inheritance. Remember also to rest. This command is as holy as any I have given you today. You were not built for endless strain, and provision that arrives to find you broken is a poor exchange. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I stopped, not from weariness, but to teach you the pattern. Sleep without guilt, Sabbath without apology. The world will not unravel while you rest because you were never the one holding it together. I was, and I do not grow tired. Hold this hour in your memory. Days will come when the sky grays over and the old voices try to reclaim their seats. And on those days you will need an altar to look back on. Let this be that altar. When Israel crossed the Jordan, I had them pull 12 stones from the riverbed and stack them on the bank, so that in years to come they could point and say, "Here is where the water parted." These words are your stones. Return to them. Say to your own soul on the gray days, "I know what was spoken over me, and I know who spoke it, and his word has never yet fallen to the ground." Let me say plainly what I have shown you piece by piece today. The long squeeze of lack is ending, because I decreed its end. Doors are opening that no hand can shut, because I hold the key. You come to my table as an heir, not a beggar, so lift your head. Your mouth is an instrument of agreement with heaven, so use it. You are placed where you are on purpose, watched over by more than you can see, so be brave. And you are being formed from the inside out, so be patient with the forming. Every one of those words is settled. Not one of them depends on your mood tomorrow morning. They depend on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has outlasted every empire that ever doubted it. I know there were moments in this hour when hope and fear argued inside you. That argument does not offend me. Bring it to me daily. Come as you are in work clothes or weariness, with strong faith or with the mustard seed kind, and we will talk, you and I, as friends talk. My door has no hours posted on it. My ear does not tire of your voice. Of all the wonders I have made, and I have made seas and stars and mountains beyond your counting, it is still the trusting heart of my child that delights me most. So go now into your ordinary evening, and know that nothing about it is ordinary anymore. The same rooms will hold a different person. The same troubles will meet a different heart. Watch for my hand in the small hours and the small mercies. Speak life over what I have promised. Strengthen the one whose face I set before you. Keep your inner room quiet enough to hear me, for I will have more to say to you in the days ahead. And I want you close enough to hear it. The peace I leave with you now is not the world's peace, which rises and falls with the news. It is my peace, the kind that stood in the stern of a storm-rocked boat and slept, the kind that can sit at a table in the presence of enemies and eat with a steady hand. Let it settle over you as these words end. Let it stay when the silence returns. You are not the same as when this hour began. Something was decreed, something was broken, something was opened, and something in you said yes. I am with you always. Not with you when the answer comes, but with you now, tonight, in the waiting and the working and the walking forward. Before you were aware of me, I was keeping you. Long after this hour fades from your memory, I will be keeping you still. Nothing that comes against you this week is stronger than the one who goes ahead of you. Nothing in your past is louder than what I have declared over your future. And nothing, not height nor depth nor any other created thing, will ever separate you from my love. Go in that love. Stand in that decree. Live in that peace. And now, before you rise, let your last word to me be the first word of your new season. So answer with your whole heart. Amen, Father. Let it be so in my life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Listen closely. What I am about to speak is not a comfort for someday. It is a word for right now in this moment, while these words reach your ears. Your case is closed. Say that again in your heart until it lands. Your case is closed. Today I declared before all of heaven that your situation has an expiration date. The chains that held you, the thing that robbed your sleep, the heaviness that followed you from room to room. I have pronounced judgment against all of it, and that judgment is final. Your miracle is not approaching. It has arrived. Not tomorrow, not at the end of a long road still ahead of you. Now. Right now, while you receive this word, the power of heaven is moving on your behalf. Orders have gone out. Doors are being opened. Obstacles are being cleared from your path. This is not a performance. This is a declaration from the throne. And when I speak, what I say becomes what is. I need you to understand who is speaking to you. I am your Father. the one who created the breath in your lungs, the one who built every chamber of your heart. I know you with a knowledge that goes beyond what you know of yourself. I've watched you carry weight that was too heavy for anyone to carry alone. I've heard the prayers you said out loud and the ones you never finished because the words would not come. I've been present in every room you walked through when you felt most alone. My presence was not absent in those moments. You simply could not feel it yet. I know there were times you thought I had forgotten you, that your prayers rose and scattered and reached nothing, that perhaps your faith was not enough, or that something in you had disqualified you from my attention. I want to speak plainly into that lie. It was never true. Not once. You were never out of my sight. You were never beneath my care. Your name has always been written in my hand, and I have never once been indifferent to what you have faced. I tell you now with all the authority of heaven behind me, the season of waiting is over. Your case has been reviewed, it has been deliberated, and the verdict has been handed down. You are not here by chance. You did not stumble into this moment accidentally. I drew you here. I arranged this encounter between you and my voice because the time has come. Not a time I am improvising, a time I set in motion long before it arrived at your door. There were moments you stood at the edge of giving up. I know. I was there. I saw you weigh the cost of continuing to believe. I watched you decide, again and again, to get back up. That decision was not small. It mattered. Every time you reached for faith when everything around you argued against it, I noted it. What you endured through those years was real, and so is what is coming now. During all those months and years, I was not still. You saw silence. I was working. You could not perceive it with your natural eyes, but in the unseen place where all things are governed, I was moving. Mountains were being shifted. Roads were being laid through territory that looked to you like nothing but desert. I was not waiting on the sidelines. I was running ahead of you, preparing what you are about to walk into. Think of the walls of Jericho. The Israelites did not watch those walls fall because they were skilled fighters or because they carried the right weapons. They walked in obedience, and I brought the walls down. That is what I am doing for you now. The walls around your situation, the ones that have stood so long you stopped expecting them to move, are coming down, not by your strength, by my word, by my decree, by the authority of the one who holds all things in his hands. What is coming toward you is not a small adjustment. It is not a patch on a broken thing. It is a complete and permanent transformation. When I am done, the people who know you will not be able to reconcile who you are with who you were. They will see the living evidence of what I do when I decide to move on someone's behalf. They will not be able to explain it except to say, his God, her God, did that. And they will be right. Your family is going to change. Your provision is going to change. Your health is going to change. Your peace, the kind that does not depend on circumstances, is going to return. Everything the enemy took from your life over the years, I am giving it back. Not in the measure it was taken, in greater measure. That is who I am. I do not restore to the previous level. I restore beyond it. When I open my hand to give back what was lost, I pour out more than was taken. I am that kind of father. I know that the hardest thing about this moment is trusting it. You have believed before and watched days turn into months. You have held on to a promise and felt the weight of nothing happening. I am not going to tell you that was easy. I know it was not. But I am telling you now that the reason you are still standing The reason you are still here, still listening, still alive in your faith, is because I would not let you fall. I was with you in those silent stretches, and I am with you now. The same hands that held you then are the hands that are opening what comes next. Receive this now. Let it pass through your ears and go deep into the place where you still carry doubt. I am speaking into that place specifically. This word is not for the part of you that already believes easily. It is for the part that has been disappointed, that learned to protect itself by expecting less. I am reaching into that place right now, and I am saying, open. What is coming is real. What I have spoken over your life is certain. And it begins today. Declare your amen if you believe this word is yours. Let me take you inside what happened. Let me show you what took place at the moment your case was closed. My son stood before the court of heaven and placed his hands forward. The same hands that carried the cross, the same hands that bore the nails. He showed the marks, he showed the wounds, and he spoke your name. He said, "This one is mine. This person has already been redeemed. Every accusation brought against them has been answered. The price was paid, in full, on the cross." And at that declaration, every accuser had to step back. Not reluctantly, not after debate. They had to fall silent because there was nothing left to argue. My son's sacrifice is a perfect answer to every charge. When he spoke your name and showed his wounds, the case against you closed. Not temporarily, permanently. There is no court in heaven or on earth that can reopen what my son sealed with his blood. I need you to understand what this means for you today. It means you are not standing before me as someone who has to earn what is coming. You are not waiting to see if you have been good enough, faithful enough, consistent enough in your prayer life. The miracle I am releasing over your life does not depend on your performance. It depends on what was already done. My son carried the weight so you would not have to. His obedience covered your shortfall. His sacrifice answered every debt. Do you remember the story of Mary and Martha? When Lazarus died, both sisters came to my son with grief on their faces. The situation looked final. 4 days in the grave, the stone already in place, the mourners already assembled. From every natural angle, the story was over. But my son did not see what everyone else was looking at. He looked at that tomb and he called out, and what was dead came back to life. That is the kind of God I am. I do not need a situation to look hopeful before I move. I move when I decree it. And I have decreed your time. There are things in your life that look like they have been in the tomb too long. A relationship that went cold years ago and you stopped expecting it to change. A dream you set down because life kept interrupting it. A physical condition that settled in like a permanent resident. A financial situation that became so familiar you stopped praying about it the same way. I see all of it. And what I am telling you is this: none of it is beyond my reach. I am the same God who called Lazarus out. I am the same God who parts rivers and brings water from stone. What looks like a final chapter to you is not a final chapter to me. State, I believe if you know this word is reaching your spirit right now. The enemy has spent a great deal of time whispering to you that your case is different, that what worked for others will not work for you, that you are too old, that it is too late, that too much has gone wrong for too long. I want you to hear this clearly. Every one of those whispers was a lie with a specific purpose. The enemy whispers loudest when what he fears is closest. He has seen what I have prepared for you. He has watched the door I am about to open. and his only remaining strategy is to get you to walk away before it swings wide. Do not walk away. Look at Abraham. When I called him and gave him a promise, his body was already past the age where the promise seemed possible. His wife Sarah had lived her whole life without holding a child. By every human calculation, the promise should not have been able to come true. But I am not subject to human calculation. I spoke, and life came where there was no life. I said it would happen, and it happened. That same power is not a story from an ancient book. It is alive right now. It is present in this moment, and it is moving toward you. Look at Caleb, 85 years old, a generation of wandering behind him. And when the land was divided, he did not ask for something easy. He stood and said, "Give me this mountain." The hardest ground, the fiercest resistance, the territory everyone else avoided. Because he knew I was with him, and that with me, the mountain was already taken. That is the posture I am calling you into right now. Not a posture of asking for something modest because you have been hurt before. A posture of standing in full confidence that I have not brought you this far to leave you short of what I promised. When I decreed that your case was closed, I also decreed what comes next. Not just the removal of what was against you, the release of what I have been holding in reserve for you. Blessings do not just represent an absence of hardship. They are an active, growing, expanding reality in your life. Favor that opens doors before you knock. Provision that arrives before you feel the need. Peace that holds you steady when the ground around you shakes. That is what I have planned. That is what the verdict released. Not just freedom from, freedom toward. My word does not return to me without accomplishing what I sent it to do. That is written, and it is true. I sent this word to you today with purpose. It carries my authority. It is not merely an encouragement. It is a decree going out over your situation right now, and it will accomplish what I intend. The same voice that ordered light into darkness, that calmed the sea with a sentence, that spoke creation into being. That voice is speaking over your life today. You are on the receiving end of that power. Stand still and let it reach every corner of what has been waiting for change. I want to tell you something about the time that has passed. Not a soft version of it. Not a story that makes the hard parts disappear. The truth is, what you walked through was difficult. There were nights you went to sleep with questions that had no answers yet. There were mornings you got up and carried the same burden you went to bed with. There were seasons where the silence was so complete it felt like weight rather than absence. I am not going to tell you that none of that was hard. It was, and I was present for all of it. But I need to tell you what I was doing during those stretches. Not to explain everything. Some of what I was arranging cannot be fully understood from where you stand, but enough to give you a frame. I was working in the unseen spaces, the conversations you never heard, the doors that were being positioned, the people being moved into place, the circumstances being rearranged. What looked to you like a field gone quiet was a field being turned and prepared. Nothing was sitting still on my end. My work was happening beneath the surface, the way roots travel through soil long before anything breaks ground. Think of the farmer who prepares his land. He clears it. He turns the soil. He removes the stones. He plants in a season that looks like nothing, bare ground, no visible sign of what is coming. He does not see the harvest during that work. But the harvest is coming because the work is real. That is what I have been doing in your life. The preparation was real. The work was real. And now the season has turned. What was planted in those hidden months is about to break through the surface. Here is what I need you to do. I'm not asking you to figure out how this miracle arrives. I'm not asking you to engineer the outcome or force the door open. What I'm asking is this. Keep walking forward, one step at a time. Keep your heart open to what I am doing, even when it arrives in a form you did not predict. My provision does not always look the way you imagined, but it is complete, and it is on its way. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. You have prayed in the night when no one was watching. You have given when giving was costly. You have spoken faith out loud when your circumstances made that look foolish. You have sought my face in quiet moments that no one will ever record or celebrate. Every one of those acts of faithfulness was seen, not observed from a distance, seen with the full attention of the one who governs all things. Nothing you did in faithfulness slipped past me. Every prayer you prayed went somewhere. Every act of trust left a mark on the record. And now what was sown in faith is being prepared for harvest. That includes the prayers you said for those you love, the ones you carry in your heart, the ones you bring before me in the quiet. I heard those prayers. I received them. The situation you have been carrying on behalf of others is not outside my reach. I am working there too. The same power that is moving in your own life is reaching into the lives of those connected to you. You prayed and believed on their behalf when they could not pray for themselves, and I honored that. My answer is in motion for them as well. There are signs coming your way, some of them small, an unexpected message from someone you have not heard from in a long time, a door opening in a place you had already stopped knocking, a shift in a situation that had been standing still for so long you stopped watching it. Do not dismiss these things as coincidence. I do not do coincidence. When I move, I leave evidence. These will be my way of saying, I told you. Watch for them. When they come, let them build your faith for the next thing, because what begins now is not one event. It is the beginning of a season. I want to be clear about what I am releasing into your life. It is not a season of barely getting through. It is not relief that lasts a few weeks and then fades. What I am opening for you is a new chapter, one where the chapter title has changed. You have been in a chapter called struggle, called holding on, called enduring. That chapter is closed. The next one is called abundance, called overflow, called the harvest year. And everything in it is already written by my hand. You will walk through it step by step, and what you find there will exceed what you asked for. My beloved, I need you to hear this and hold it. The miracle you are receiving is not just for you. It is for everyone whose life touches yours. When I pour out blessing on one of my children, it does not stop at that person's door. It runs over. It reaches the ones standing nearby. You are going to become a source of what I am pouring out. The ones you love most are going to be reached by what I am doing in your life right now. That is the width of what I have decided. Not a narrow stream just for you, a river that runs wide. I want to speak to your body, not around it, not generally, directly to the physical condition you carry. Whether it is something the doctors named and placed in a file, something you feel every morning when you wake up, or something that has ground you down slowly over years. I see it, I know it, and I am not indifferent to it. The same voice that shaped your body knows every part of it in precise detail. I designed it. I understand it in ways no medical instrument can reach, and I am speaking to it right now. My son healed throughout his time on earth, and I did not heal only as a one-time demonstration. Healing is woven into who I am. My name is Jehovah Rapha, the God who heals, not was, is, present tense. That name is not a historical footnote. It is a living description of my nature, and it applies to your situation right now. I do not look at your physical condition and see a problem too complicated for me. I look at it and see something that is subject to my word. I am moving through your body now, through each place that has ached, each system that has faltered, each part that has struggled to function as I designed it. My healing does not work only on symptoms. It reaches the origin. I go to the root of what has taken hold and I remove it from there. What doctors cannot find, I see clearly. What medicine has not been able to address, my power reaches without restriction. I am speaking restoration to your body right now, and my word does not fail. Receive this. You are going to begin to feel a difference, not because you imagined it, because I declared it. The heaviness that has lived in your body is being lifted. The pain that became so familiar you stopped expecting it to leave. It is leaving. The rest you have not been able to find, the sleep that has escaped you, the mornings that started with exhaustion before the day even began. Those things are changing. I am restoring your strength, not a version of strength that runs out quickly, the kind that renews, the kind that rises again after it is spent. Isaiah wrote what I told him. Those who wait on me will renew their strength. They will rise up as eagles rise. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. That promise was not written for one generation. It was written for you to receive today. I am renewing your strength now. I am replacing the depletion with something new. You are going to feel what it is to have energy in your body again, to move without heaviness, to face the day from a position of capacity rather than deficit. The body I gave you is not finished. It is being restored. I also want to speak to what you carry emotionally, the fear that grabs at you in quiet moments, the anxiety that arrives without warning and makes your chest tight, the weight of what you have been responsible for, the things that press in when everything is still. These are not signs that your faith is too small. They are signs that you have been carrying things that were never meant to be carried alone. I did not build you to hold all of this by yourself, and I am not requiring you to. I am lifting those things now, not by removing the circumstances that created them. I am going to change those circumstances, but before they change, I am giving you peace that exists independently of them. This is the peace I spoke about when I walked the earth, not the peace that the world gives, which depends on things going well. My peace holds when things are in motion, when the situation is unresolved, when the answer has not yet arrived. It stands like a guard between your heart and everything that would unsettle it. You're going to sleep differently. That is not a small thing. Sleep is where I restore what the day spent. When your nights are broken, when your mind runs through the same fears from midnight until dawn, your body and your spirit both pay the cost. I'm giving you rest, real rest, the kind where you close your eyes and the weight releases, the kind where you wake up with something still in you, rather than already spent. I designed rest as a gift, and I am giving it back to you now. Your mind is being renewed. The patterns of thought that have been running against you, the voice that says you are not enough, the habit of expecting the worst, the way your mind rehearses old disappointments, those patterns are being interrupted. I'm not asking you to force your way to a better outlook. I am doing something deeper than that. I am replacing the foundation that those thoughts stood on. When the foundation changes, the structure built on it changes too. You are going to notice your thinking shift. Not all at once, but steadily, unmistakably. A quieting, a settling, a clarity where there was noise. I want you to understand the fullness of what I am releasing. It is not limited to one area of your life. My healing is not a single fix. It is a tide that comes in and reaches every part of the shore. Your body, your mind, your emotions, your rest, your capacity to engage with each day. All of it is under my hand right now. All of it is being addressed. I do not do partial work. When I restore completely. Not a portion of what was lost, all of it, and then more. My precious one, I made you to live at full capacity, not merely to survive the day, not to endure until something better comes. I made you to live with genuine joy, with real peace, with a body that serves you well, with a mind that is clear and free. That is not a distant hope. That is what I am restoring to you now. The full version of the life I designed for you. Not a reduced version because of what the years have taken. The full version. And it is yours. Stand firm in that. Receive it without apology. It was always meant for you. Now I want to speak about your provision, about the material ground of your life, what you have been able to give, what has come in and what has gone out, the weight of financial struggle that has pressed on you in ways that are hard to explain to someone who has not carried it. I am not speaking around this. I see exactly where you stand. I know which number keeps you awake. I know which bill you have been calculating in your head. I know what you stopped asking for because you stopped believing it was possible. And I am telling you, that ceiling is coming down. The scarcity you have experienced was not my will for you. Let me be direct about that. I did not design your life to be a permanent exercise in barely enough. Scarcity was never in my original intention for my children. There were openings the enemy exploited, patterns inherited across generations, decisions that created debt, circumstances that pressed down at the wrong time. But I want you to understand that I have not been withholding from you in punishment. I have been waiting for this moment, when I could release what I have been preparing. Today, I am closing every door through which the enemy has been draining your provision. Every channel of loss that should not have been open, closed. Every inherited burden that was passed down through your family line and attached to your finances, severed. Every agreement that was made in fear or ignorance that has been working against your abundance, broken. The path is being cleared, and what I am releasing into that cleared space is not a trickle. It is an overflow. There are sources of provision coming to you that you have not considered. You have been praying in a direction, and I am answering from a direction you were not watching. That is one of the ways I work. I honor the prayer, but I choose the path of the answer. Do not lock your eyes on one door. Keep your heart open to unexpected arrivals, because some of what I am sending will not look like what you expected. A conversation you did not plan. An offer from someone you did not think of. A door opening in a field you had not been considering. These are my answers. Receive them as such. If you are employed, I am moving in that place. increase is coming. Recognition of what you have brought that has gone unrewarded for too long. Opportunities for advancement that have been blocked are being unblocked. If you carry work of your own, a business, a service, a skill you offer, new doors are opening. The clients, the customers, the connections that will bring growth. What stalled is being restarted. What was held back is being released. I am the God who provides, and I know precisely what your situation requires. Declare, I trust you. If you believe that what I am speaking over your finances is real and already in motion. The debt that has pursued you, that persistent voice of what is owed, the weight that makes it hard to plan or hope. I am addressing it. Some of it will be reduced in ways you did not arrange. Some of it will be paid because your capacity to pay is increasing. I am giving you wisdom about how to move, what to do first, what to release, and what to hold. My wisdom is specific, not general. It will arrive as a clear sense of the right step. Follow it. Do not let old habits of fear override what I am showing you. As you obey the steps I give you, the load will lighten, and then it will lift. I am also going to put generosity in your hands. This is part of the fullness I am giving you. Not just enough for yourself, enough to give without it hurting, enough to look at a need and meet it without calculating whether you can afford to. That capacity is part of what I am building in your life. I raise my children up, not just for their own comfort, but so they can become channels of my provision to others. You are going to know what it feels like to give freely. That is not a small thing. That is the life I designed. Think of Joseph, sold into a pit by his own family, imprisoned without cause, forgotten by those he helped. By every reasonable measure, his story should have ended there. But I was in every chapter of that story, and not one of those setbacks was the ending. What his brothers meant for his destruction, I used for his elevation. He emerged from everything they did to him as the one who held the provision for a nation. I am telling you, what was done against you does not have the final word. I have a purpose for what you have been through, and it is larger than the sum of what hurt you. You carry a gift, something you can do that others cannot do in quite the same way. A way you see things, a skill you have built, a capacity that was placed in you with intention. That gift has been dormant, not permanently, dormant. I am waking it up now. I am clearing the space for it to operate. I am connecting you with the people who will recognize it and open doors for it. You are not too old to build. You are not too late to begin. Caleb was 85 when he asked for the mountain. I gave it to him because my timing does not follow the calendar the way human expectations do. What I am giving you is not a short-term correction. It is not a burst of provision that fades after a season. It is a new foundation for your material life. Stable, growing, free from the old patterns that kept you cycling through the same lack. From here you build forward. From here what you have serves what you need and goes beyond it. I have spoken it. My word is the deed to what I have promised. What I have decreed over your provision does not expire. It holds. I want to speak about the people in your life. The relationships that have broken. The ones that have grown cold. The ones that were stolen by misunderstanding or distance or choices that cannot be undone by either party alone. I know the ones you still grieve. I know the names that come to your mind when you think about what was lost. Those losses were real. And I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. But I want you to hear this. What is broken is not outside my reach. I am a God who restores what was divided. Where the enemy placed distance, I place reunion. Where he placed bitterness, I place a willingness to let go that neither person could manufacture on their own. Some of the people you have prayed for, who drifted, who chose a different direction, who moved away from the ones who loved them, I have not forgotten them. My hand is on them right now. I am working in their lives in ways that are not yet visible to you. Do not give up the prayer. What you are believing for on their behalf is already in motion. The home you want, the place of real rest, where those you love can gather and be safe, where peace is the atmosphere rather than the exception. I know that longing. I placed it in you, not to frustrate you, not to give you something to yearn for that would never come. I placed it in you because it is part of what I am building for you. I see the image of it in your heart. I know what you want that space to feel like, and I am working toward it. The provision for it is being arranged. The timing for it is under my authority. It is coming. I also want to speak to the loneliness that has been part of your story, the feeling of fighting battles that no one around you fully understood, of carrying concerns in silence because there was no one close enough to carry them with you. That loneliness was painful, and I want to be honest with you. I did not enjoy watching you carry it, but I am telling you now that the season of isolation is ending. I am bringing people into your life who will know how to stand beside you. Real friendship, genuine support, people who will be present in the hard moments without needing the easy ones first. That community is being arranged. Your spiritual authority is being increased. This is a dimension of what I am releasing that I want you to pay close attention to. When you speak in my name, it carries weight in the unseen world. When you pray, those prayers reach my throne and activate my response. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you release is released. That authority has always been available to you, but in this new season, you are going to experience it with a sharpness you have not felt before. Your words of faith are going to land with power. Your declarations are going to shift things. Do not speak carelessly. Speak on purpose. I'm also waking up what has been dormant in you in terms of gifts and calling. The dreams you shelved because life got loud. The ideas you quieted because someone told you they were impractical. The sense of purpose that you carried for years and then stopped talking about because it seemed too far from where you were standing. I am bringing all of that back into focus, not as a distant possibility, as the next real chapter of your life. I'm giving you clarity about what I made you to do, and I'm removing the obstacles that kept you from doing it. You are going to discover that your story, including the hard parts, is something I can use. Not despite what you went through, but because of it. What you understand now, what you carry in your bones from the seasons of difficulty, is something that can reach people who are in a place you once stood. Your experience is not wasted. It is material. I am a God who takes the broken stone and makes a cornerstone from it. What the world would discard, I put at the center of something solid. Receive this. Your best days are not the ones that are already behind you. I know the years of beauty that were real, and I honor them. But I am telling you that what is ahead surpasses what is behind. Not because the past was worthless, because what is coming was designed by me with your full story in mind. I know everything that shaped you. I know what you can carry now that you could not carry before. And I am giving you what fits the person you have become, not just the person you were when this all began. My child, we have walked a long road together. Some of it was terrain I wish you had not had to cross, but you crossed it, and you are still here. And what I see standing before me now is someone who is ready. Not because you feel ready. Ready is not about feeling. It is about being prepared without knowing the full weight of what is coming. You are prepared. I have seen to that. And what is ahead is not going to crush you. It is going to carry you in ways you have been waiting your whole life to experience. If your heart is open to receive everything I have described, the healing, the provision, the restored relationships, the renewed purpose, the spiritual authority, say so. Let that agreement go up from you to me right now. Declare, I receive this. If your heart is open and you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, I want to speak to you now about what this moment means beyond yourself. Because what I am doing in your life does not stop at the edge of your own story. My blessing was never designed to terminate at one person. When I pour out on one of my children, it runs over. It reaches beyond. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you speak to me in your quiet moments, they are going to feel the wave of what I am releasing over you right now. You are not just a recipient. You are going to become a source. Think about what I did with Job. After the season of loss, after the years of not understanding what was happening, after the silence and the grief and the friends who gave wrong counsel, I restored. And I did not restore to the level of what was before. I restored double. Everything that was taken returned in greater measure. That is the nature of my restoration when it comes. It does not arrive quietly and barely. It arrives in abundance, because I'm not a God of just enough. I'm a God of more than enough. And what I do with the lives of those who hold on to me reflects that without exception. The curses that have traveled through your family line, the patterns that kept repeating, the cycles of lack, the same battles being fought by one generation after the next, those patterns are being broken. My son's work on the cross carried the authority to cancel every generational agreement that the enemy held over your bloodline. That cancellation is being applied now. The ones who come after you are not going to inherit the same chains. They're going to begin from higher ground. What you endured and remained faithful through becomes the turning point for those who follow you. Your faithfulness right now has consequences that outlast your lifetime. This is a weight worth carrying. The knowledge that what you are choosing in this season, to hold on, to trust, to remain open, is not just about your own relief. It is about what passes forward. The agreement you are making with my purposes right now is being written into the ground that the ones who come after you will stand on. That is not a small thing. That is a legacy. And I am giving it to you in exchange for the faithfulness you have already shown. There is authority in you now that will increase as you walk forward in this season. The prayer you pray for those around you is going to carry more weight. The encouragement you speak into someone who is exactly where you once were is going to reach deeper, because it is coming from someone who has been through the fire and knows my faithfulness from the inside of it. You are going to be able to stand before someone in the middle of their worst chapter and say with real conviction, "Hold on," not because it sounds right, because you know it is true from experience. That kind of witness cannot be manufactured. It is built over time, and you have been building it. I am opening new dimensions of my presence to you in this season. Not that I was absent before, but there are depths of knowing me that only come to those who have pressed through long enough to reach them. You are at that threshold now. What you are about to discover in your relationship with me will reframe everything that came before it. The hard things will not be erased, but they will be understood differently. You will begin to see the full picture in a way that was not available to you while you were still inside the season of waiting. And what you see will be something worth having gone through everything it took to get here. I need you to understand what else is coming beyond the outward change. Not just the visible provision and the restored relationships and the healed body, but an internal shift in how you carry yourself. You will not walk into rooms the same way. Something in how you hold your ground will be different. Not arrogance, assurance. The kind that comes from knowing with certainty that the God who governs all things has spoken your name and declared your case closed. That knowing changes a person at the root. And I am changing you at the root right now. The life I am building for you from this moment forward is not a life of no challenge. I am not promising you an uncomplicated road, but I am promising you this. You will not walk any part of it without my hand. You will not face any difficulty without my strength being available to you in full measure. You will not encounter any closed door without my authority backing you. You will not carry any burden without me carrying most of its weight. The road ahead is a road I will walk with you, and my walking with you changes what the road is. Step into this now, not tentatively, not with one foot still held back in the old season, with both feet, with the full weight of who you are and what you believe. What I have spoken over your life is not contingent on you being perfect from this point forward. It does not require you to earn it. It requires you to receive it, to open your hands and your heart, and let what I am giving actually arrive. Stop bracing for it to be taken back. Stand in it. This is yours, the one who spoke light into the first darkness. I am the same one speaking right now into whatever darkness has sat over your situation. And what I spoke at the beginning, it appeared. What I am speaking now will appear. Your case is closed. Your miracle is now. My word has gone out over your life, and it will accomplish exactly what I sent it to do. You are going to walk in the fullness of what I have declared, not one day. Beginning now. Say yes, Lord, if you are ready to step fully into the miracle that has already been declared over your life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, stop right now. I am not speaking to a crowd. I am not speaking to whoever happens to be near. I am speaking to you, and I am asking for 1 minute of your full attention. Not half of your mind while the rest wanders elsewhere. All of you, here, now. I do not interrupt like this without reason. You were moving quickly through your day. Your thoughts were already leaning toward the next thing and the next thing after that. Then something in you paused. You felt a pull you could not explain. A sense that this moment carried weight the others did not. That was not chance. That was me. I arranged this moment. I cleared the noise around it so my voice could reach you. I have watched you pass by 100 quiet invitations, telling yourself you would come back later. Later has become your most familiar word. So this time, I did not whisper from a distance. I stepped directly into your path. Do not let fear rise in you. I know that when something feels this serious, your first instinct is to brace yourself. You have been warned before by voices that did not love you. You have been pressured by people who used urgency as a weapon. I am not doing that. You are not in trouble. You are being reached for. Urgency does not mean danger, my child. Urgency means importance. It means something is worth stopping for. A shepherd does not shout because he hates the sheep. He shouts because he sees the edge of the cliff, and the sheep does not. I am raising my voice now because I see what you cannot see, and I love you too much to stay silent. Hear me clearly. This is not about rules, rituals, or performance. It is not about proving your faith or fixing yourself before you come near me. Strip all of that away. This is about your life. the direction it is drifting, and the weight your heart has been carrying alone. I am asking you to stop long enough to notice. I know you are tired, not only in your body, but somewhere deeper, in the place where hope is supposed to live. You have learned to function while disconnected from yourself. You stay busy because stillness feels heavy. Stillness brings up the questions you have been avoiding. But I am in the stillness. I am not there to overwhelm you. I am there to steady you. You were not created only to get through your days. You were created to be alive inside them. There is a difference between surviving a life and living one, and you have felt that difference growing wider. You wake, you work, you carry what must be carried, and somewhere along the way you stopped checking in with your own soul. I noticed. I have been noticing for a long time. This is urgent, but not because something terrible is about to fall on you. It is urgent because something good is trying to begin, and beginnings require attention. A seed ignored does not grow. A door unnoticed is never walked through. Right now, something is trying to take root in you, and I refuse to let it be trampled by hurry. So give me this minute. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow down. Let your mind stop racing ahead to what comes next. You do not have to solve anything in this moment. You do not have to decide everything today. You only have to listen, and listening is enough to begin. I have heard the prayers you never spoke out loud. I have seen the exhaustion you dress up as strength every morning. I know about the confusion you manage quietly so no one worries about you. None of it has been hidden from me. You have felt unseen by people, but you have never once been unseen by me. Let me say this plainly. I am not angry with you. I am not standing over you with a list of your failures. I am not waiting for you to become impressive before I draw near. I am paying attention to your heart, the real one, the one beneath the answers you give when people ask how you are. That heart has been asking for help in a language only I can hear. And I am answering. Not with noise, not with spectacle, with presence, with truth spoken directly to you at the exact moment you were able to receive it. You have asked me more than once whether I am real, whether I still care, whether you have drifted too far. Consider this. My reply. I am here. I care. And you are not too far. You have never been too far. What you do next matters. Not because everything collapses if you turn away, but because this is a beginning, and beginnings are easy to miss. If you drift back into hurry, life will go on. Nothing dramatic will happen. That is exactly what makes drifting so dangerous. The costliest losses are the quiet ones, the ones you only recognize years later. I do not want that for you. I want you awake. I want you present. I want you to feel your own life again instead of managing it from a distance. That is why I stopped you. That is why I am speaking with this much weight. Love that never interrupts is not love. Love steps in. Love says, not this way. Come here. Listen. So stay with me now. Do not reach for the next distraction. Do not tell yourself you will return to this when things calm down, because you and I both know that calm never seems to come. The moment is now. The word is now. And what I am about to speak over the rest of this time together has been prepared for you specifically, with a care you have not yet imagined. 1 minute of true listening can turn a day. 1 day can turn a life. You have already given me the minute. Now let me show you what I stopped you for. If your heart is still listening, declare your amen to me now. Now let me tell you why I stepped in. I do not break into a life carelessly. When I stop you this directly, it is because I see something you cannot yet see. I saw the direction your heart was drifting. I saw the weight you were about to pick up without noticing. I saw the quiet ways you were beginning to disconnect from your own soul. You were about to be pulled away again, not by anything dramatic, not by anything that looks dangerous from the outside, by the slow kind of distraction that feels harmless. Another task, another hour of noise, another stretch of wandering from one thing to the next without ever landing anywhere. Those are the distractions that steal the most, because they never announce what they are taking. Distraction did not enter your life as an enemy. It came dressed as relief. You were carrying too much, so you reached for anything that let your mind rest. Noise to cover the silence, movement to avoid the stillness, busyness to keep the harder questions at arm's length. I understand why. You were not being careless. You were tired. But I need you to see what it has been costing you. When your attention is always pulled outward, your inner life grows quiet. Not because it disappears, but because it is ignored. Slowly you stop noticing what you feel. You stop noticing what you need. You stop noticing when something inside you is asking for care. And when awareness fades, life begins to feel shallow even when it is full. You have felt this already. Prayer is harder to hold on to than it used to be. Silence feels restless instead of peaceful. Your thoughts scatter the moment you try to gather them. You can be surrounded by people and activity and still feel strangely far from yourself. This is not spiritual failure, my child. It is what happens when a heart is never still long enough to listen. Numbness is the danger I stepped in to interrupt. Not sin in the way you usually think of it. Numbness, the slow falling asleep to your own life. If I had stayed silent, you would not have collapsed. Nothing would have shattered. You would simply have kept going, promising yourself you would slow down someday, while someday kept moving further away. That is how a life goes missing. Not in one terrible decision, but in 10,000 small postponements. You were about to postpone yourself again. Postpone the rest you need. Postpone the honesty you owe your own heart. Postpone the moment of finally standing still before me. I have watched that pattern long enough, so I interrupted it. Understand what my interruption is. It is not punishment. It is protection. It is mercy arriving before damage settles in and becomes habit. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not wait politely for a better moment to speak. He calls out at once with force because he loves. I called out to you today for the same reason. I have always warned the ones I love. I warned Noah, not to frighten him, but to save him and his household from the flood. I warned Lot, and my warning pulled him out of a city already falling. I warned Israel through voice after voice, not because I enjoyed correction, but because I longed for closeness with them. Every warning I have ever spoken was an invitation to life. This one is no different. Some voices in your past used fear to control you. They made urgency feel like a trap closing around you. So when you sense weight in my words, part of you braces for condemnation. Release that. Fear pushes, but love invites. Fear creates panic, but love creates clarity. What I am speaking carries weight. Yes, it does not carry harm. If I did not care, I would let you drift. Silence would be easier. But I am not a distant God who watches from far off while his children slowly go numb. I am present. I am attentive. I speak when speaking is needed. And I refuse to watch you live at a distance from your own heart without saying a word. Look at how you have been living, not with shame, but with honest eyes. Rising, rushing, carrying, managing. Answering everyone's needs while quietly setting aside your own soul like a task for later. You have learned to survive impressively. But survival mode was never meant to be permanent. It keeps you functioning while slowly sealing off the deep places where joy and purpose live. I did not interrupt you because you were doing something wrong. I interrupted you because you were about to miss something right, something necessary, something that could not wait for a more convenient season. There is a turning point resting inside this very moment, and turning points are gentle things. They do not force themselves. They wait to be noticed, and they pass quietly when they are not. So I made sure you noticed. I slowed you down. I let certain plans stall and certain moments stretch so that you would be exactly here, exactly now, with just enough openness to hear me. You may call that coincidence, if you wish. I call it care. I have been arranging this conversation for longer than you know. Here is what I ask of you in return. Stay awake through the rest of this word. Do not let your mind slip back into its old habit of drifting when truth comes close. Every time you feel the pull to escape into noise, recognize it for what it is, and choose to remain with me instead. That single choice, repeated, will change more in you than you can currently imagine. You were not stopped by accident today. You were interrupted by love. Let that settle into you before we go further, because everything I am about to say next rests on it. I see you. I know exactly where you are, and I have come to you there, not to scold you, but to bring you back to life. Say, I hear you, Lord, if this word has found you awake. My child, this is not the first time I have spoken to you. You have heard me before. Not always with this clarity, not with this weight, but you have heard me. My voice has brushed against your heart many times, gently, patiently, never forcing its way in. I spoke in whispers, because whispers invite closeness. I wanted you to lean toward me, not pull away. Think back. There was a sudden pause before a decision that made no sense to you at the time. An uneasy feeling when everything looked fine on the surface. A quiet thought that kept returning no matter how often you dismissed it. You called it restlessness. You called it overthinking. It was neither. It was discernment waking up inside you. It was me. There were moments when you knew you should stop and you kept going. Moments when you felt moved to speak and you stayed silent. Moments when you sensed a change was needed and you told yourself the timing was wrong. You postponed what you felt because postponing seemed safer than responding. You promised yourself you would listen later, when life slowed down, when you felt stronger. Hear this clearly. I do not condemn you for any of it. I never did. I know how loud responsibilities become. I know how easily a whisper is lost when everything else is shouting. You were not rebellious. You were cautious and worn out, doing what you thought you had to do to keep everything standing. I saw the reason behind every delay, and I stayed. There were also times when you heard me and moved only halfway. You acknowledged the feeling but did not act on it. You said, I will think about it. Partial listening is still listening, my child, but it leaves work unfinished, and unfinished things return. That is why some of what I say today will feel familiar. It has been waiting for you. I am not replaying these moments to shame you. I am showing you something important. My voice has been consistent even when your response was delayed. I did not stop speaking because you did not answer. I did not withdraw because you hesitated. Every ignored nudge was followed by another, softer or stronger, shaped to reach you where you were. That is what faithfulness looks like. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now understand why my voice has grown louder. It is not anger. You have not failed some hidden test. I am speaking with more force because whispers were no longer reaching you through the noise. Life grew louder around you. Distraction grew stronger. The familiar numbness thickened. So my voice became clearer, firmer, more direct. Love adapts when conditions change. Love raises its voice when a whisper would be lost. A repeated call is not rejection. It is mercy. When something returns to your awareness again and again, it is not an accident. When a question keeps resurfacing, when a discomfort will not resolve, when the same truth finds you through different doors, it is because it still matters. I repeat myself because the door is still open. I repeat myself because there is still time. Each time you postponed listening, I stayed near. I adjusted the pace. I softened what your delay could have cost you. I guarded you from harm you never saw coming. But there comes a point when silence would do more damage than interruption. When love must speak plainly, even if it lands with discomfort. You are standing at that point now. That is why today does not feel like the other days. And here is something you must not miss. The fact that you have heard me before means you are able to hear me now. You are not distant. You are not cut off. You recognized my voice in this word even faintly. And that recognition is proof that something living already exists between us. I do not speak this way to strangers. I speak this way to my own. You may feel regret rising as you remember the times you turned away. Let that regret become awareness instead of shame. Awareness sharpens the heart. Shame dulls it. I am not asking you to relive your past. I am asking you to learn what it has to teach. Those moments showed you where fear speaks loudest in you. They showed you where trust still needs to grow. Now I am asking for something different. Listen fully this time, not partially. Respond, do not postpone. Stay present instead of drifting toward the exits. Not because I will abandon you if you fail, but because repeated delay slowly teaches a heart not to listen at all, and I want your heart alive, sensitive, and quick to respond. That kind of heart hears me everywhere. I am still calling you because I still want you close. I am still speaking because your story is still being written. This louder voice you hear today is not frustration. It is clarity. It is love refusing to be ignored one more season. You have heard me before and you are hearing me now. What you do with this moment will shape how clearly you hear me in every moment that follows. So let this call sink deeper than the others did. Do not file it away with the things you mean to get to. I am here. I am speaking. And I am waiting, not with judgment, but with hope. Now listen carefully, because I want you to understand what is actually at stake. It is not my love for you. My love is settled. It does not rise and fall with your performance, and it will not be withdrawn if you stumble. What is at stake is something quieter and more easily lost. Your sensitivity, your clarity, the ease with which your future unfolds. Delay carries consequences, and I tell you this in truth, not in threat. When something is meant to be faced and it is postponed again and again, the heart adjusts to carrying unresolved weight. What was once discomfort becomes normal. What once stirred you becomes background noise. Little by little, you stop noticing what your spirit has been trying to tell you. That is the danger of delay, not sudden collapse, gradual dulling. Understand the difference. Delay does not make me leave. It does not lessen my love. But it does affect how clearly you hear me, how freely you move, and how much peace you actually experience. When you keep postponing what you already sense, clarity blurs. You begin to second-guess what you once knew. You lean on distraction instead of direction. This is not punishment, it is consequence. The way ignoring hunger weakens the body even though food never stopped existing. There are doors open to you right now that are connected to timing. Not every door closes loudly. Some close in silence, simply by no longer being reachable the way they once were. Seasons of growth, healing, and new direction do not announce when they are ending. They stay open for a while, waiting to be noticed. When noticing is postponed too long, the season turns. This does not mean everything is lost when a door closes. I am the God of new doors, but it does mean some things become harder than they needed to be. Lessons that could have been learned once must be learned again. Peace arrives later than it could have. Life feels heavier than it was ever meant to feel. I do not want that road for you. That is why I am speaking today instead of next year. Windows close too, my child. Windows of courage when your heart is brave enough to act. Windows of softness when your heart is open enough to receive. When you are aware and responsive, growth moves through you easily. When you keep saying later, something inside you learns to stay guarded. Guarded hearts survive. But you were not made merely to survive. The enemy of your soul knows all of this. His most effective lie is not a dramatic one. It is a small, reasonable whisper. There is always tomorrow. You can deal with this when things settle down. Nothing urgent is happening. He does not need you to reject me. He only needs you to postpone me. Because a postponed decision is a decision he keeps winning by default, day after quiet day. That is why he would love for this word to wash over you and fade. He fears what happens when you finally act, because the moment you respond to me fully, patterns that have held you for years begin to lose their grip. So, do not be surprised that a dozen small urgencies are already tugging at your attention, telling you this can wait. It cannot. Not because I am impatient, but because you have waited long enough. Hear the difference between panic and urgency. Panic says everything will fall apart if you do not act this instant. Urgency says this matters enough to face now, while it can still be shaped gently. Panic scatters you. Urgency gathers you. I never speak panic over my children, but I will speak urgency, because urgency is what love sounds like when the moment is real. You may look around and see no dramatic choice in front of you and wonder what all this wait is for. That is because the most important shifts rarely look dramatic. They happen inside first. A willingness to listen. A decision to stop running from stillness. A choice to respond today instead of promising tomorrow. Those quiet inner turnings decide which outer paths remain open to you. If you set this word aside, nothing will explode. Life will simply continue. That is precisely what makes ignoring it so easy and so costly. You will move forward carrying a little more weight, a little more numbness, a little less clarity. And those small subtractions add up. One day you would find yourself asking why peace feels so far away, why direction is so hard to find, and the answer would not be one great mistake. It would be many small delays. But that is not the story I am writing for you. I am telling you all of this while your heart can still feel it, and the fact that you can feel it is worth more than you know. Numbness has not finished its work in you. There is still tenderness in you, still hunger, still a pull toward me. That pull is the proof that this moment has arrived on time. What is at stake is not my approval. You already have my love. What is at stake is whether you keep moving through your days unconsciously, or begin to move with awareness and intention. Awareness opens a way forward. Unawareness circles the same ground for years. I am offering you the open way. So do not let fear rush you, and do not let comfort sing you back to sleep. Let this urgency sharpen you gently, the way morning light sharpens the edges of a room. Something in your life is ready to shift. It has been ready for a while. It was waiting for your attention, and your attention is finally here. Stay with me now. The next thing I want to show you is harder to look at, but it is where your freedom begins. I am going to hold up a mirror, and I am going to hold your hand while you look into it. Come closer now. Let the noise fall away until there is nothing left but my voice and the beat of your own heart. I am going to show you something sacred, something few ever slow down long enough to face. The true state of your soul. You see your face reflected every day. You rarely see what I see beneath it. Do not be afraid. I am not holding this mirror to condemn you. I am holding it to heal you. You say you love me, and I know you mean it. I have heard your prayers, your whispered promises, your moments of real surrender. But your heart drifts, my child. Like a leaf on moving water, it is pulled away by every fear, every demand, every fresh worry the day brings. You return to me and you drift again. I am not shaming you for this. I am naming it, because what is named can be healed. Look first at the striving. You have been trying to fix yourself without me. You told yourself, if I work harder, think better, pray more, I will finally get it right. You have carried burdens that were never sized for human shoulders and called it responsibility. You wanted results without relationship, peace without presence, blessing without surrender. And every time you ran ahead of me, the road grew rough. Not because I wanted you to fall, but because I wanted you to stop and look for me. Now look at the control. You have gripped your life tightly, believing that if you managed every outcome, you would finally be safe. But control was never safety, my child. It was fear wearing a confident face. You were never meant to steer the storm. You were meant to rest in the presence of the one who commands the wind and the waves. The tighter your grip, the more tired you became. You know this. You have felt it in your own hands. Look at the pride that whispers, I can handle this alone. Look at the resentment that still lingers from wounds others caused you, the ones you say you have released but still carry. Look at the guilt you keep in a hidden place, the shame you have never spoken aloud to anyone. I see all of it, every locked room, every buried thing. And hear me clearly, I am not repelled by any of it. I came for exactly this. I heal the brokenhearted. I set captives free. That is who I am. You have doubted my love because of your past. You assumed that what you did, or what was done to you, placed you outside my reach. It did not. When you ran, my eyes followed you. When you hid, my light kept finding you. There has never been a day when I looked at you and turned away. Not one. Even at your worst, I called you mine. You tell yourself that you trust me, but trust is more than words. Trust is the moment you hand me what you cannot understand. It is releasing the question why and accepting my answer of when. You have been afraid that surrender means losing yourself. It does not. Surrender is where you finally find yourself because you were never meant to carry your own existence like luggage. You were meant to be carried. So lay it down now. The worry you manage every waking hour, the anger you keep pressed beneath politeness, the exhaustion you hide behind capability, the plans you clutch because letting go feels like falling. Bring them all to me. I will not turn you away. I have never once turned you away. My hands still bear the marks of how far I went to bring you back. Those marks are not reminders of pain. They are the proof of what you are worth to me. Stop trying to earn what I have already given freely. You have spent years working for a love that was yours before you did anything at all. My grace does not rest on your perfection. It rests on your willingness to receive it. So stop striving, my child, and start receiving. That single shift will do more in you than a decade of trying harder. Look once more into the mirror, and this time see what I see. Where you see failure, I see a person still standing after battles no one else witnessed. Where you see weakness, I see the very places my strength intends to dwell. Where you see a story too far gone, I see chapters not yet written, and I hold the pen. You are not your worst season. You are not the words spoken over you by people who could not see your worth. Let me do now what you could never do for yourself. Let me wash what guilt has stained. Let me soften what pain has hardened. Let me open the rooms fear has kept locked, one door at a time, gently, at the pace your heart can bear. If tears come as I work, let them come. They are not weakness. They are the loosening of what has been held too tightly for too long. You were never meant to fix yourself. You were meant to be made whole in my presence. There is a difference, and today you are allowed to stop pretending otherwise. Come as you are, not cleaned up, not composed. As you are. That is the only way anyone has ever truly come to me. And do not rush away from this place, my child. Honesty like this is rare, and rare things deserve a moment to breathe. You have just seen yourself without the armor, and you are still standing, still loved, still mine. That alone should tell you something. The truth about you was never as dangerous as the hiding was. From this day on, let honesty be the ground you build on, because everything I build in you will stand on it. This honest look is not the end of the mirror. It is the beginning of a new reflection. Keep standing here with me, and the day will come when you look at yourself and recognize at last someone deeply loved, fully known, and completely forgiven. That is the face I have seen all along. Declare, I surrender, if you are ready to stop carrying this alone. Now let me answer the question you have carried the longest. Where was I when it hurt the most? You have asked it in anger and in exhaustion. You have asked it politely in prayer and bitterly in the dark. It deserves an answer, and I will give you one. I was there, not watching from a distance. There, on the nights when your chest felt too heavy to breathe, I was in the room. When you spoke into the darkness, God, if you are real, please do not leave me. I did not leave. I stayed until morning. I have stayed every night since. You felt alone because pain shouts louder than presence, not because presence was missing. There is a difference between feeling abandoned and being abandoned, and you have never once been the second. You believed your prayers went unanswered. Some of them were answered in ways you have not yet recognized. When you asked for a door and it stayed shut, that shut door was often my answer, because I could see what waited on the other side of it. When you asked for a person to stay and they left, I let them walk, because their place in your future was smaller than their place in your fear. You called these losses. Some of them were rescues. I did not enjoy your pain, my child. Hear that plainly, because religion has sometimes taught you otherwise. I did not design your suffering as a lesson or send heartbreak as a package with a purpose hidden inside. This world is broken, and its brokenness reached you as it reaches everyone. What I did was refuse to waste any of it. There is nothing that has happened to you, nothing that I cannot turn toward your good. That is not the same as causing it. That is redeeming it. Think of a field left unplanted for a season. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But underneath, the soil is recovering its strength. Some of your empty seasons were exactly that. Not punishment, not abandonment. Ground being restored below the surface where no one could see, least of all you. You judged those seasons by what they grew. I measured them by what they healed. And think of a river. It does not reach the sea in a straight line. It bends around stone, doubles back, slows in some places, and rushes in others. And every turn that looks like a detour is the water finding its true course. Your path has bent in ways you never chose. It has slowed where you wanted speed and rushed where you wanted stillness. But it has been moving, all of it, toward something. You are further along than you believe. My silence troubled you most of all. You took it as absence, or worse, as indifference. But there are silences and there are silences, my child. There is the silence of an empty house, and there is the silence of someone sitting beside a sleeping loved one, present, watchful, saying nothing because nothing needs to be said yet. My silence was the second kind. I was never gone. I was near, and I was not finished. When the betrayal came, when someone you trusted turned, I remained trustworthy. When fear wrapped around you at night and you could not name what you were even afraid of, I stayed until it loosened. When grief hollowed you out, I did not hurry you through it or hand you tidy explanations. I sat with you in it. Love does that. Love does not always fix quickly. Sometimes love simply refuses to leave. Look at your scars, the seen ones and the unseen ones. You have seen them as marks of damage. Look at them again. Every scar is a place where healing already happened. A scar is not an open wound. It is the mark of a wound that closed. You survived what you once believed would end you, and you did not survive it alone. My hand was under you in every fall that did not finish you. You have also wondered why some of my help arrived so late, by your measure. But I do not measure time the way you do. You count days. I weigh readiness, timing, and 100 moving pieces you will never see from where you stand. Some things I withheld because your hands were not yet free to hold them. Some things I delayed because they would have cost you more arriving early than they ever cost you arriving late. Not one delay was neglect. Not one. There were dangers that never reached you, and you will never know their names. Roads you did not take that would have broken something in you. Choices that fell through at the last moment and felt like failure, but were my hand quietly closing a way that led somewhere you could not afford to go. You have thanked me for the blessings you can see. One day you will thank me for the disasters you never met. So take the question you have carried, where were you? And let it be answered at last. I was in the room where the hardest news found you. I was in the silent kitchen long after midnight. I was on the long road home, when you broke down, where no one could see you. I was there, and I am here, and the same presence that carried you through what has ended will carry you through what has not yet begun. You do not have to understand every chapter to trust the author. You only have to know that I have never once let go of you, and I never will. What you walked through did not disqualify you. It did not push you outside my plan. You are still mine, still called, still carried. And the road ahead of you is not a repeat of the road behind. Let the old accusation fall silent now. The one that said you were forgotten. You were never forgotten. You were held through every hour you thought you were holding yourself. Breathe that in. Let it reach the oldest ache you have. It has waited a long time for the truth. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The interruption, the mirror, the long answer to your oldest question. All of it has been leading here, to a single open door and a single choice. I did not stop you today only to comfort you. I stopped you to call you through. There is a door standing open in front of you right now. Not a door you can touch with your hands, but one more real than anything your hands have ever held. It is the door back to me. Fully back. Not the halfway distance you have been living at, close enough to remember me, far enough to keep control. I am asking for the whole return, every room of your heart, every locked door inside it, all of you, for all of me. I will not pretend this door stands open forever in the same way. I told you that seasons turn and windows close, and I told you the truth. Not because my love expires. My love has no end. But moments like this one are rare, and hearts do not stay soft by accident. You are soft now. You are listening now. This is the hour to move, while moving is still simple. One honest yes. That is the entire distance between you and everything I'm about to describe. Hear what waits on the other side of your yes. The heaviness that has sat on your chest like a stone through season after season will begin to lift. Not all at once, but truly. The confusion that has circled your mind will start to clear the way. Fog clears when the sun climbs, slowly, then suddenly. The fears that have ruled your nights will lose their voices one by one. These are not poetic promises, my child. This is what I do. I am the God of turned tides and reopened roads. What was broken in you will be mended. What was taken from you will be answered with more than was lost. What has been delayed will move again, and some of it will move quickly, because it was never stuck. It was waiting. I will go ahead of you into days you have been afraid to imagine. I will level what stands against you. I will silence what has accused you. I have done this for generation after generation, and I have not changed. But I will not force your yes. Love cannot be commanded into a heart, only welcomed. So the enemy of your soul is telling you, even now in this final hour of this word, that you can decide later. He has watched this whole encounter, and he is reaching for the only weapon he has left, delay. Recognize his whisper by its sweetness. Tomorrow, soon, when things settle. He has sung that song over you for years, and it has cost you years. Not this time. This time you see the trick before it lands. There is no promise of tomorrow anywhere in your possession, my child. All you have ever owned is now. And now is exactly enough, because I am not asking you for a lifetime of perfection today. I am asking for this moment of surrender today. Lifetimes are built out of moments like this one, single, honest, unrepeatable. So come home, not to a building, not to a set of rules, to me. Come home to the presence that made you, the voice that has followed you through every wilderness, the love that never once agreed to let you go. You have wandered long enough. You have fought battles that were never assigned to you and carried loads I never placed on your back. Set them down at the threshold. They do not come through this door. They were never going to. And when you step through, walk differently. Guard the stillness we found together today. Return to it daily, even briefly, because that is where you will hear me clearest. When the noise rises again, and it will rise, let it find you rooted. When the old numbness reaches for you, and it will reach, remember what it cost you and refuse it. You are not the same as you were an hour ago. Live like it. Bring others with you in prayer, the ones you love, the ones you carry even when they do not know it. Speak peace over them. Some of what I am beginning in you today will reach them through you, in words you say, in patience you show, in the changed way you walk into a room. A healed life is never healed for itself alone. Light spills. Let yours. There will be mornings when you doubt this moment. The feeling will fade because feelings always fade, and you will wonder whether any of it was real. When that morning comes, remember this: Truth does not evaporate with emotion. What I spoke today was not a feeling. It was a word, and my words do not return empty. They accomplish what I send them to do. This one was sent to bring you home, and it has found you. I am not asking you to become someone else. I am asking you to become who you already are beneath the fear, beneath the striving, beneath the years of holding your breath. That person has been waiting inside you like seed under winter ground, alive the whole time, ready for one season of warmth. This is the warmth. This is the season. Rise into it. So now I pause. Heaven leans close. Everything I have spoken stands complete before you. Every promise in place, every door unlocked. What remains is yours alone to give, and it is the smallest and largest thing I will ever ask of you. Your yes, not tomorrow's yes, today's. Give it to me now, plainly, in your own words, in your own voice. I am listening the way I have listened to you all your life, fully, closely, with everything I am. And the moment you speak, I will answer, not with thunder, but with peace you will feel settle over you like evening light. Then we will walk forward from this hour together, you and I, into the future I have kept for you. You stopped when I called. You stayed until the end. You heard what most never slow down to hear. Now finish what this moment started, and do not look back at the life you are leaving, because nothing back there compares to what is ahead. I love you, my child. I have said it in 1,000 quiet ways, and today I have said it plainly. Take it with you. Build on it. Rest in it. It will hold. Say, yes, Lord, I choose you now, and let that be your first step through the open door.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Only a few short hours remain before something begins to unfold in your life. And I am speaking now because you were not meant to face it unaware. Do not turn away. Hear these words all the way through, because what I am about to tell you carries weight that can change the direction of your days. You are not hearing this by accident. I see every step you have taken today, every thought that crossed your mind, every quiet doubt about whether I am still with you. I am with you now more than ever. These next hours are not ordinary time. They are a narrow window where your attention and your response will matter deeply. If you stay close to me, I will guide you through what is coming and shield what you cannot see. I am asking you, gently but urgently, to pause and listen with your whole heart. I do not plead without reason. When I speak with this kind of urgency, it is because something is approaching that will touch your life, and I care too much to let it find you unprepared. You may not understand everything yet. That is all right. I see the whole picture, and I know what stands ahead of you. I am not trying to frighten you. I am preparing you, steadying you, keeping your feet from stumbling in a place you have never walked before. You have been distracted, and I say that with love, not judgment. Life has pulled you in many directions. Louder voices have made it easy to miss the quiet one inside you, but that quiet voice has been mine. I watched you hesitate. I watched you move on too quickly when something important was trying to reach you. This time you stayed, and that choice matters more than you know. I honor even this small act of trust, because I know what it cost you to stop wandering and be still. Something is shifting, and it is closer than you think. It is not something to fear, but it is something to take seriously. What has been hidden will begin to show itself. What has been confusing will start to make sense. I need you grounded and aware, so that when it happens, you do not react out of panic or confusion. Stay near to me, and I will keep your mind calm and your spirit steady, the way deep water stays still even when wind troubles the surface. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, declare your Amen now. Perhaps a part of you wonders if these words are truly for you, or if you are only imagining it. Let me settle that question. I am speaking to you because you were chosen to hear this at this exact hour. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked, even if life has made you feel that way. I have been guiding you in seasons when you thought you walked alone. Every delay, every pause, every redirection has carried a purpose you are only now becoming ready to understand. These next hours are not about dread, they are about awareness. Something may come to your attention, or a situation may reveal itself in a way that surprises you. When that happens, do not react quickly. Do not speak in haste. Do not let fear make your decisions for you. Come back to me in that moment, even silently, and I will show you your next step. One unhurried breath in my presence is worth more than 100 rushed words. There is strength inside you that you have not fully used. I placed it there for moments exactly like this one. You are not weak, even if you have felt tired. You are not unprepared, even if things feel uncertain. I have been building you quietly, teaching you through everything you have lived, shaping your heart to trust me more deeply than before. What is coming will not destroy you. It will reveal truth. And truth has always been your friend, even when it arrives without warning. Sometimes clarity comes suddenly, and it can feel shocking because it breaks what you were used to believing. But that breaking is necessary so truth can stand upright in your life. I will not let harm reach you while you stay close to me, and I will not allow confusion to rule your mind. You are protected even now in ways you cannot measure. My presence surrounds you. My hand rests over your life like a roof over a house in the rain. I know what you have been carrying quietly, the worry you have not spoken aloud to anyone. You do not have to carry it alone anymore. I am stepping closer to you in this hour. Let yourself feel that closeness instead of pushing it away as you have before. Walking away again would only delay what you are meant to understand, and you have already lost enough clarity to the times you turned aside. Notice how your heart has quieted, even a little since you chose to remain. That settling is not coincidence. It is what happens when a soul stops running and turns toward the voice that has been calling it. You were made to know this stillness. It has been waiting for you longer than you have been avoiding it. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the day fall silent around these words. What unfolds in the coming hours will not be random, and you will not face it blind. I have seen it from far off, and I have already prepared your way through it. Even if it feels intense for a moment, it will not last forever. I will carry you through it step by step, and I will not leave your side. Trust me in this, even when your mind argues. Your mind sees only the road behind you. I see the road ahead. Now let me tell you what these hours hold. There is something that has been forming quietly in your life, and it has reached the point where it can no longer stay hidden. It may be tied to a decision, a person, or a situation that has felt unclear for a long time. You have sensed that something was not fully right. You did not have the whole picture, so you kept moving. Now the picture is coming together, and what once confused you will soon make sense. When it becomes clear, your first reaction may rise from emotion. Do not follow it. Your true strength lives in stillness. Take a breath before you speak, before you act, before you decide anything at all. That small pause is not weakness. It is the doorway through which my wisdom enters. In that quiet second, I will show you the right way forward, and you will move without regret trailing behind you. You have been tested in smaller ways before, and every one of those moments taught you something, even when it did not feel like teaching. You are not stepping into unfamiliar ground. You are stepping into something you have been trained for without knowing it. Nothing you have lived through was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the delays, not the seasons that seemed to circle without arriving anywhere. Each one was a stone laid in the road that brought you here. There may be a truth that comes forward and changes how you see someone or something. That change may sit uncomfortably at first, but it is necessary. You cannot walk forward in truth while your hands are full of illusions. I am removing what does not belong so you can receive what does. This is not loss. This is protection wearing clothes you did not expect. Do not hold on to things simply because they are familiar. Familiar does not always mean right. Sometimes you stay in situations because they are known, even when they quietly wear you down. Be honest with yourself in this hour. What you are shown clearly, you must not pretend you did not see. Denial will keep you circling the same ground. Truth will set your feet on a new road. My precious child, there is also a deeper trust I am building in you. It is easy to trust when life is calm and predictable. Real trust is formed when things feel uncertain, and you still choose to stay near me. That is the kind of trust that carries a person through anything, and you are growing into it right now, in this very moment, simply by continuing to listen. Say your amen aloud if your heart receives these words. Pay attention to what you feel in your spirit as things unfold. A settled peace or a quiet unease. These signals are not random. They are part of how I guide you. Your spirit often recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. When a thought keeps returning to you, do not swat it away. It is returning because there is something in it you need to look at. Bring it to me, and I will help you understand what it means. You may notice your emotions rising like a sudden tide when clarity arrives. That is natural. Let the wave pass through you without letting it steer you. Emotions are honest messengers, but poor masters. Feel them fully, then set them down, and return to the calm I am holding open for you. Decisions made inside that calm will stand. Decisions made inside the storm will need to be unmade later, at a higher cost. Guard your thoughts in these hours. Your mind can become your strongest ally or your heaviest burden, depending on what you allow to live there. Do not let fear pull up a chair at your table. Do not let doubt speak louder than my voice. If something feels overwhelming, stop, be still, and turn your attention back to me. I will steady your thinking the way a hand steadies a lamp, so its light falls where it should. You have reacted too quickly before, and you remember what it cost. Confusion. Words you wished you could take back. Days spent repairing what haste had broken. I remind you of this, not to shame you, but to free you from repeating it. This time you will pause. This time you will breathe. This time you will listen before you move. That single difference will change how everything unfolds. Not everything that feels shocking comes to harm you. Often what feels shocking is simply truth stepping out from where it was hidden. It may be uncomfortable to look at, but it is working for your good. I am clearing confusion from your path so you can walk forward with clear eyes, even if the clearing itself feels intense while it happens. Be mindful, too, of who you speak with while this is unfolding. Not everyone around you will understand what you are walking through, and that is all right. This moment is between you and me. You do not owe anyone an explanation for what I am doing in your life. Some things are meant to stay quiet while they are still forming, the way seed stays buried while it takes root. Speaking too soon can scatter what needed stillness to grow. There is a question you have been carrying, one you have never quite said aloud. You have wondered why certain paths stayed blocked, why certain answers never came, why some things felt wrong without reason. What unfolds in these hours is connected to that question. It does not come randomly. It comes as part of an answer that has been forming longer than you realize. And remember this, for the hours ahead and for all the days after them. What I reveal because you are ready. I do not hand my children burdens they cannot lift, and I do not show them truth they cannot bear. If you are seeing it, you are able to face it. If you are facing it, I am beside you. Nothing about this moment has slipped outside my hands, and nothing about you has slipped outside my love. There is a pattern around you that has been repeating, and you have started to notice it even if you have not fully named it. Situations that look different on the surface keep leading to the same kind of ending, and it has left you weary and wondering. That is not coincidence, and it is not bad fortune. It is a cycle that has been quietly building for a long time. I am breaking that cycle now by bringing it into the light. Once you see it clearly, it loses its grip on you. The trouble I have been warning you about is connected to that very pattern. It is not a sudden thing without cause. It has been forming step by step. Every ignored feeling, every rushed choice, every moment you picked comfort over truth added one more stone to its weight. I am not blaming you. I am showing you the road so you can step off it before it reaches its breaking point. You still have time. That is why I am speaking now instead of after the damage is done. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what else I must show you. There is a decision in front of you, or a path you are about to follow, that carries consequences you cannot see from where you stand. You may think it is small, harmless, just another ordinary step in an ordinary day. It is not. Behind it waits a chain of events, and once that chain begins to move, it is hard to stop. That is why I am interrupting you now. I need you to look deeper than what sits in front of your eyes and trust that I see what you cannot. You have felt a strange uneasiness lately, and you have tried to push it aside. You told yourself it was tiredness, or too much on your mind. But deep down you know there is more to it. That feeling is your spirit recognizing that something is not right. I have been reaching for your attention in small ways, and now I am speaking plainly because the hour is shorter than you think. Do not dismiss again what I have placed inside you to protect you. There is a specific place in your life where you have been ignoring your inner voice. You felt the hesitation. You felt the pause. But you kept moving because continuing seemed easier than stopping. That is exactly where the danger is connected. Go back in your thoughts and find the moment you felt that warning rise in you. That is the place where you must be careful. That is where the shift needs to happen. Understand something important about who you are. You are chosen, and because you are chosen, there are forces that would rather see you stumble than rise. Not everything around you is what it appears to be, and not everyone near you carries good intentions toward you. I have been shielding you in ways you never saw, turning aside things that could have already gone wrong. But protection works best when you listen and move with wisdom. I am asking for your cooperation, not your fear. This is not punishment. This is protection, and you must understand the difference. Punishment closes doors to wound you. Protection closes doors to spare you. When you feel the interruption, the delay, the sudden change of plans, do not curse it. What feels like interruption is often rescue. What feels like confusion is often my hand redirecting you around a pit you never saw dug in your path. The tragedy I am turning you from is not your inheritance. It was never written over your life as a final word. It is simply what waits at the end of a road I am asking you not to walk. There is a person, a habit, or a situation that has been draining you rather than building you. You feel lighter when you are away from it, and heavier when you're near it, and you have been ignoring that contrast. Stop ignoring it. Your spirit has been telling you the truth all along. You are entering a season where separation will protect you. It may feel uncomfortable at first, because you have grown used to what you have been holding. But I am creating distance for a reason, and that reason is your safety and your future. Sometimes what looks like losing something is actually being released from something before it costs you what you could not afford to pay. There is also a shift needed within you. You have been moving too quickly in certain corners of your life, deciding without sitting still long enough to hear my voice. I am calling you into a slower pace, not to delay your progress, but to protect your direction. Speed without guidance leads to wreckage. Patience with awareness leads to peace. Let this be the hour you choose to move with intention instead of impulse, and you will feel the difference in everything your hands touch. Trust that what I remove, I replace. Not always quickly and not always in the shape you expect, but always with something that fits the person you are becoming, rather than the person you were. My hand is not empty when it takes. It takes with one motion and gives with the next. You will see this for yourself soon enough, and when you do, you will understand why the letting go had to come first. For now, your part is simple, though it is not easy. Stay awake to what I have shown you. Keep your steps unhurried and your heart honest. When the moment of decision arrives, you will not need to guess, because you will recognize it, and you will remember these words standing beside you in it. That remembrance is itself a shield. Few things protect a person like truth heard at the right hour and held on to when the hour comes. There is a shift happening in your surroundings, and it is going to reveal the true nature of what stands near you. People, situations, and opportunities will begin to show their real intentions. Some will align with your growth. Others will make it plain that they do not belong in your next season. Do not fear that exposure. It is necessary for your protection. You cannot carry everything forward, and you were never meant to. You may feel a sense of loss as certain things begin to fall away. That feeling will not last. What you are losing is not your foundation. It is what was resting on top of your foundation without ever being secure. I am clearing space so your life can stand on something solid. It may feel unsteady while the clearing happens, but you will understand it fully once the work is complete. Nothing essential is being taken from you. You may notice that certain plans are not moving the way you expected. That is not failure, and it is not rejection. It is redirection. I am closing paths that would have led you straight into the very situation I warned you about. What you see as delay is me placing a barrier between you and harm. One day you will stand on the other side of this season, and thank me for every door that would not open, because you will finally see what was waiting behind it. There is a lesson here to carry with you for the rest of your days. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Some doors stand open the way a trap stands open. Discernment is what keeps you from stepping into places that look bright from the outside but lead to sorrow. I am teaching you to pause, to feel, and to listen before you act. This is how a person moves through life with wisdom instead of regret. Do not try to hold on to what is leaving. When something keeps slipping away despite your effort, that is its answer. Holding tighter will only bruise your hands and delay what needs to happen. Letting go is not defeat. It is making room. What is truly meant for you will never require you to force it, chase it, or beg it to stay. What is mine to give you comes with peace attached, and it stays without being gripped. Someone may approach you soon with words that sound convincing, or a situation may present itself as a chance too good to ignore. Remember what you have heard here. Do not let excitement override your discernment. Not everything that shines was made for your hands. Weigh what is offered slowly. If it demands an answer this instant, that demand itself is your warning. Truth is patient. Deception is always in a hurry. You have a natural ability to sense when something is off, but you have often doubted it. You questioned your own knowing and trusted louder voices instead. That ends now. The quiet knowing inside you is not something to silence. It is something to respect, because I placed it there. When it aligns with peace, follow it. When unease rises without a reason your mind can name, slow down anyway. Your spirit reads what your eyes miss. There is also a need to guard your words in this season. Not everything you feel needs to be spoken, and not every thought needs an audience. Some things must stay within you while they are still forming. Speaking too quickly can expose what is not ready and invite opinions that were never meant to shape your path. Silence in the right moment is not emptiness. It is armor. I will show you when to speak and when to hold your peace. My beloved, you have been strong for a long time. Even when you felt anything but strong, you kept moving when stopping would have been easier. You carried burdens no one around you ever noticed, and you did it without applause. None of that escaped me. Not one day of it. That endurance was not pointless suffering. It was the forging of the very steadiness you are going to need in the days ahead, and it is already yours. Consider how gold is refined. It is not polished into purity. It is passed through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire only separates it from what was never gold to begin with. That is what this season is doing in you. What burns away was never truly yours. What remains when the heat passes is the real substance of who I made you to be, and it will shine without effort. So release your grip on the familiar shape of things. Life as you knew it is being rearranged, not ruined. The ground may feel like it is moving, but it is moving toward order, not away from it. A field must be turned over before it can receive seed. A house must be swept before a feast. What feels like upheaval today is making room for a settledness you have not yet known, and it is closer than it appears. Notice, too, how some people begin to respond to you differently. A few may grow distant. Others may seem uneasy around you without a clear reason. This is not because you have done something wrong. It is because you are changing, and change unsettles what was comfortable with the old you. When you grow, not every connection can follow. What no longer fits will drift on its own. Let it drift. You do not have to push anyone away or explain your becoming. And through all of this, keep your peace guarded like a well in a dry land. Not every dispute deserves your voice. Not every disturbance deserves your attention. You have been spending yourself on things that return nothing, and I am teaching you to be selective with where your strength goes. Your peace is not a small thing. It is the ground every good decision grows from. Protect it, and it will protect you. Now I must teach you the difference between fear and guidance, because in the hours ahead you will need to tell them apart. Fear is not always a warning. Sometimes it is a distraction dressed as caution. It makes you hesitate when you should move and rush when you should wait. My guidance is different. It arrives with a calm clarity, even when the decision is hard. Fear presses and confuses. Peace settles and directs. Learn to follow the peace. You are also learning the worth of stillness. For years you have felt the need to keep moving, keep doing, keep managing every outcome with your own two hands. But stillness is where clarity is found. When you pause and let yourself listen, you begin to hear what actually matters beneath the noise of what merely shouts. That stillness is not empty time. It is the room where I meet you. Enter it daily and you will never walk far from my voice. Be attentive to the places you enter as well. Not every place carries the same spirit, and not every space is meant for you. Notice how you feel when you cross certain thresholds. If heaviness settles on you without cause, take it as a signal to be careful. If peace meets you at the door, receive it. Your surroundings shape you more than you know, and part of wisdom is choosing where you plant your feet. There is a conversation you may need to step away from, or a situation you need to quietly leave. You already know which one, because it has crossed your mind more than once while these words reached you. That knowing is not coming from nowhere. I placed it in you so you could act before things escalate. Sometimes protection looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away without announcing it. You are permitted to leave what endangers your soul. You are entering a season where your boundaries will become clearer. You will say no where you once said yes out of obligation. You will step back where you once pressed forward out of habit. This is not coldness. It is wisdom finally being given room. Boundaries are not walls built to keep love out. They are fences that mark where your garden begins, so that what you are growing is not trampled. Let your amen rise now as a sign of your trust in me. Do not be surprised when doubt circles back and whispers that you imagined all of this, that these words were meant for someone else, that nothing is really shifting. Doubt always arrives after truth, trying to collect what truth has planted. Do not hand it the harvest. What you have heard today brought peace, and peace is my signature. Fear signs its name in pressure and panic. Check the signature, and you will know who is speaking. There will be moments where you feel tested, and I want you to see them rightly. They are not sent to break you. They are opportunities for your trust to put down deeper roots. Every time you choose to listen instead of ignore, to pause instead of lunge, to trust instead of grasp, the cord between us grows stronger. That cord will hold you steady in weather that once would have thrown you to the ground. Remember also that you do not have to face everything alone, and you were never designed to. Strength is not handling every burden by yourself until your back gives way. Strength is knowing where to set the burden down. Bring me the matters too heavy for you. Leave them with me longer than a moment. The shoulders that carry the heavens are not strained by the weight of your worries. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are not outside my sight either. I know how much of your heart walks around outside your own body, living in the lives of others. You cannot shield them from everything, and you were never asked to. But your prayers for them are not falling to the floor. Each one is received, weighed, and answered in ways you will not always see from where you stand. Entrust them to me daily, and release the weight of outcomes you were never meant to control. There's something you have been asking for, even if you never said it aloud. I have heard it. I am working on it. But it cannot arrive until certain things are cleared out first. The way a harvest cannot be gathered into a storehouse still full of last year's chaff. What feels like delay is my ordering of events for your good. When it comes, you will be glad it came at the hour it did and not a day sooner. Take care of yourself in a deeper way in this season, not only in body but in soul. You've been pouring out for others, sometimes far past what you had to give, and calling the emptiness afterward normal. It is not normal. Even the strongest vessel must return to the spring. Come back to the quiet. Come back to these words. Come back to me. When you are filled, everything you touch receives from your fullness instead of your fumes. And understand this about the timing of your life. Nothing assigned to you has been given to another. No one can take what I have written for your hands, and no slowness on the road can cause you to miss what carries your name. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are exactly where the road was always going to pass, and the road knows where it is going. So keep walking at the pace of peace. Refuse the urgency that does not come from me. The world around you rewards speed and calls it strength, but I am showing you a different way. The one who trusts does not have to hurry. Move when I say move. Rest when I say rest. This rhythm will carry you further than rushing ever did, and it will carry you there whole. When the moment of clarity arrives, and it will arrive, here is how you are to walk through it. You may see something, hear something, or suddenly understand something that changes how you view a situation entirely. Do not resist it, even if it challenges what you believed before. You cannot unsee what has been revealed, and you are not meant to. Truth is your protection. When you accept it, you step into alignment with what is right, and everything false loses its claim on you. Your emotions may surge in that moment, and that is natural. Let them move through you like weather through a valley. The valley does not chase the storm, and it does not become the storm. It lets the storm pass and remains a valley. Return to calm before you respond to anyone or decide anything. Your strength has never been in reacting quickly. It is in responding wisely, and wisdom waits for the air to clear. There may be a strong urge to speak at once, to explain, to confront, to defend yourself. Hold your tongue a little longer. Words released in high emotion travel far and cannot be called home. Silence in the right moment is not weakness. It is power under command. When your mind is clear and your heart is steady, I will show you what to say and when to say it, and your words will land like rain instead of hail. Afterward, there will be a quiet settling inside you, even while your thoughts are still arranging themselves. That calm is not accident. It is my presence restoring your balance. You are not meant to remain in shock or confusion. You are meant to pass through revelation into understanding, and through understanding into peace. Let the calm grow. Do not keep returning to the moment of impact to feel it again. The lesson is yours. The sting is not required. Do not be hard on yourself for not seeing things sooner. You were not ready before, and that is why it stayed hidden. Now that you are ready, it has been shown. That is not failure on your part. That is timing on mine. I do not reveal truths to wound my children. I reveal them at the hour when the truth can heal instead of harm. And this is that hour for you. You may feel a wish to return to how things were, simply because the old shape of life felt easier to hold. But you cannot go back to what you now see clearly, and in your deepest heart, you do not want to. Going back would mean closing your eyes on purpose, and no one rests well with their eyes forced shut. The new ground may feel strange under your feet, but strange is not wrong. Every promised land feels foreign in the first season. Notice what is already changing in you. Situations that once shook you are losing their power to shake. Words that once wounded you are landing softer. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming rooted. A tree with shallow roots trembles at every wind, but a tree that has driven its roots deep drinks from waters the storm cannot touch. That is what has been happening beneath your surface all this time. Your desires themselves are shifting, have you noticed? Things that once felt urgent now feel small. Things you once chased no longer call to you. That is not confusion. That is my hand adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. What you needed before is not what you need now. Growth always rewrites the list of what matters, and your list is being rewritten by someone who knows what your future requires. You are also seeing your relationships with new eyes. It is becoming plain who strengthens you and who depletes you, who celebrates your growth and who quietly resents it. This clarity may bring some ache with it, but you cannot build what is ahead of you while carrying what belongs behind you. Bless what was, release what is leaving, and make room for what is coming. Not every companion on the first road is meant for the second. And when you look back on this season, you will not remember it as the time everything fell apart. You will remember it as the time everything fell into place. The pieces that scattered were never load-bearing. The people who left were finished with their part. The plans that dissolved were making way for plans that fit. From where you stand now, it looks like ending after ending. From where I stand, it is one long beginning. There is a gratitude that will begin to rise in you as the picture completes itself. You may not feel it fully yet, but it will come as you begin to see how differently things could have gone. There were turns you almost took. There were doors you almost entered. When you finally understand what stood behind them, your relief will turn to thankfulness, and your thankfulness will turn to a deeper trust than warnings alone could ever have built in you. Protection, you are learning, rarely announces itself. Often it looks like a plan that collapsed, an answer that never came, a person who walked away without explanation. You called some of those moments disappointments. Heaven recorded them as rescues. You will never know the full count of what never reached you, and you do not need to know. It is enough to know that you were never once outside my keeping, not for an hour, not for a breath. Hold steady then, a little longer. You are nearer to the clearing than you were when these words began, and nearer than you will believe until you step into it. What remains of the shaking is brief. What follows the shaking is yours to keep. I have not brought you through all of this to abandon you at the threshold. The same voice that called you to stay is the voice that will call you forward, and it does not grow faint. Now hear what waits for you on the other side of these hours. You are stepping into a season where your life will feel more aligned than it has in years. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. What felt scattered will gather. What felt uncertain will settle. This is not wishful thinking. It is the natural result of the shift that has already taken place within you while you listened. You are not the same person who almost turned away. New opportunities will come, and they will feel different from the ones that came before. They will not arrive wrapped in pressure or confusion. They will come with a sense of peace and rightness, and that is how you will recognize them as mine. Learn that feeling well. It is the seal I place on what I send. Anything that must rush you, corner you, or frighten you into agreement did not come from my hand. A quiet confidence is growing in you, and it will keep growing. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the steady kind that comes from knowing you can hear my voice and follow it. In moments where you once froze, you will move. In moments where you once scrambled, you will be still. Others will notice the difference before you do. They will ask what changed in you, and you will find the answer is not a what, but a who. Your steps from here do not need to be perfect. They need to be guided. You will not receive the whole map, because the map would make you trust the paper instead of the guide. You will receive enough light for the step in front of you, and when you take that step, light for the next. This is how I have always led those I love. Not by satisfying every question, but by being worthy of trust in every unknown. There will still be days when the old patterns knock at your door, wearing familiar faces, speaking familiar words. You will feel the tug of what used to be, but you can see them now for what they are, and seeing is more than half of freedom. Each time you choose the new way over the old, the new way grows stronger and the old grip grows weaker. You are not the same soil you were. What once took root in you easily will find no purchase now. Remember the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Much will shout for your attention that deserves none of it. The truly important things rarely shout. They wait, faithful and quiet, for you to turn toward them. Your task is to turn toward them daily. Keep the first things first, and the last things will order themselves behind them like travelers falling into line behind a lantern. My child, we have walked a long road together in these few moments, and yet this road did not begin today. I have been beside you through every mile you thought you walked alone. The difference now is that you know it. Awareness has opened your eyes, and eyes once opened do not easily close again. Carry that awareness into your ordinary days, into your work, your rest, your dealings with the ones you love. It will serve you in rooms these words will never reach. Guard what you have received in this hour. Do not let the coming week wear it thin, or the opinions of others talk you out of it. What was given to you here was not entertainment. It was equipment. Return to it when the path darkens. Recall it when doubt raises its voice. Speak of it sparingly and live from it generously, and it will keep proving itself true as the days unfold in front of you. The trouble that stood ahead of you has lost its footing because you stayed and listened. That does not mean you may now grow careless. Protection continues where attention continues. Remain awake. Remain soft toward my voice and firm toward everything that would pull you from it. The same watchfulness that carried you through these hours will carry you through the years, and it costs you nothing but your willingness. Hold on also to what you have learned about seasons. Nothing fruitful stays in blossom forever, and nothing barren stays barren forever under my care. There will be seasons of gathering and seasons of letting the field rest. Seasons when my voice sounds near, and seasons when your trust must walk without the sound of it. None of these mean I have moved. The sun does not abandon the earth at nightfall. It is only preparing the next morning on the far side of the dark. Be generous in the season you are entering, not only with what fills your hands, but with what fills your heart. Speak the encouraging word you once withheld. Show the patience you once ran out of. Forgive more quickly than feels fair. A life that has been protected and guided is meant to become shelter and guidance for others. And as you give what you have received, you will find it multiplying in the giving, the way bread multiplied in baskets long ago. And when you rise from this moment and step back into your day, go as a person who has been told the truth and believed it. Let your face be calm in front of things that used to shake you. Let your answers be slow and your peace be quick. The ones around you are thirsty for the steadiness you now carry. You do not need to preach to them. Simply be evidence. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It burns. Do not measure the worth of this hour by how you feel tomorrow. Feelings rise and fall like tides, but what was planted here does not depend on them. It will keep working in you quietly, beneath your notice, the way roots work beneath a field in winter. I am not leaving when these words end. My voice will go quiet, but my presence will not go anywhere. I will be there in the stillness you have learned to enter, in the peace that signs my name, in the knowing that rises when you face your next crossroad. You were called to hear this. You stayed to receive it, and now you are sent to live it. Walk in what you have heard. I am with you in the morning and in the dark, in the sowing and in the harvest, now and at every hour to come. Seal these words with your amen and walk in my peace.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.